Good.
Senator Risa is already here. Good morning, Senator Risa.
Kuya, nakita mo na ang tira?
Wala pa mo, kararating mo lang.
Okay. Hi, Pan.
Morning, Senator Risa. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator.
Salamat po ka-Uper. Magandang umaga.
Good morning, Senator.
Mary. Ano mga kasama?
Good morning, Senator. Stay safe.
Ano po? Senator.
Hello, Senator.
F. Malu, may buntag. Magandang umaga po ka, June.
Ayong buntag.
Maradyaw na buntag, Senator.
May buntag, Jumari.
Good morning po sa mga taga-Biliran Province. Good morning, Ma'am Malu and Senator Risa.
Hi,
Magandang
Rio. Ayong buntag.
Good morning po.
Morning, Attorney Michael.
Good morning, Senator Risa.
Good morning, Senator Risa. Good to see you.
Kayo rin.
Good morning, Senator Risa.
Good morning, sir. Mabuhay kayo. Aga.
Ngayong aga.
Ayan, morning, Rep Cueva.
Good morning po, Rep Cueva. And andito din po si Comsec. Good morning po. Of Committee of Aquaculture.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Comsec Michelle.
Walang dapat magmay-ari sa iyong diwa't panaginip. Pangarap mo ay angkinin, mabuhay ka, malaya. Pangarap mo ay angkinin, mabuhay ka, malaya. Kung ikaw ay bihag ng paniniwala at ang salita'y unyal na
Hello, good morning.
Morning, Jessie.
Yes, ma'am,
good
good
morning.
morning. Opo, may concert po mamayang gabi. May pa-concert si Senator Risa mamayang gabi.
Wow.
Babae at Bayanihan at 8 p.m. tonight. Live sa FB page po ni Senator Risa. With Cookie
Okay.
Chua, Bayang Barrios. Marami pa, no? Barbie Arnaldez. Yan po.
Yan, let's support the women's sa kanilang kabayanihan bilang bahagi ng lipunan.
Okay. Erin?
Alright, good morning po sa ating lahat at sa mga nanonood po sa ating Facebook pages on Kabayan Party List and We Affect Philippines. No? And of course, on the Philippine Legislators Committee on Population and Development page. Ayan. So kasama ko po si Attorney Mike Toledo or Attorney Michael Toledo. Good morning po, Attorney.
Magandang umaga, Erin. Good morning. Good morning.
Ayan. So before we formally start the program, we will have the invocation po by Ka Orlando Arsiaga of Pakisama and followed by a national anthem. So please remain silent po. Thank you. Ka Orly. At kasama po ba natin ngayon si Ka Orly?
Tayo po'y manahimik sandali. Naririnig na po ba?
Yes po.
Sandali po tayong manahimik. Panginoon, maraming salamat po sa araw na ito na binigay mo sa amin. Mahigit 400 samahan ng mga mangingisda, maliliit na mangingisda, mga kongresista, mga senador, at mga katulad namin sa NGO, civil society, sa academia. Gabayan mo po kami na maitampok ng summit na ito ang mga issue ng pangisdaan, partikular ang mga maliliit na mangingisda. Mapakinggan po sana ito ng mga mambabatas na ipasa na ang pagkakaroon ng Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Pagpalain mo po kami, lalo na po ang halos 400 samahan na kasama namin ngayon. Samahan ng mga maliliit na mangingisda sa buong kapuluan ng Pilipinas. Panginoon, sa iyo po namin itinataas ang lahat. Maraming salamat po. Amen.
Balang magiging, belas ang sinamanan,
Ito kasi nga t-shirt.
Welcome to the National Fisheries Summit on the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources Bill. Let us welcome our hosts, Advocacy and Partnerships Officer from the Philippine Legislators Committee on Population and Development, Ms. Erin Flores. And our next host is the Managing Director of the MVP Group of Companies, Government and Public Affairs and Managing Director of MVP Group Media Bureau. The group is involved in telecoms, media, power, water, infrastructure, hospitals, agriculture, and natural resources development. He is also the Chief Operating Officer of Silangan Mindanao Mining Company Incorporated, a $2 billion copper and gold project in Surigao del Norte, and Senior Vice President for Public and Regulatory Affairs of Philex Mining Corporation. He also writes a regular column in the Philippine Star, a host of One News Channel's Titans on Signal TV. He was president and CEO of the Manila office of Weber Shandwick, one of the world's largest and leading full-service public relations firm with offices in every major business and government capital. He also served as press secretary and presidential spokesperson during the administration of former President Joseph Ejercitos Estrada. He was also the campaign spokesman and media bureau director of former Defense Secretary Gilbert Teodoro, who ran for president in 2010. He was also a corporate, litigation, labor, and intellectual property and criminal lawyer. He started his legal career at the prestigious Angara, Concepcion, Cruz, Regala, and Abella law offices. He obtained his Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Laws degree from University of the Philippines. He earned his Master of Laws in Public International Law at the prestigious London School of Economics and Political Science through a scholarship grant from the British government. He was accepted at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University in 1993. Let us welcome Attorney Michael Toledo.
Good morning, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat at maayong buntag kaninyong tanan. Thank you so much for that quite long introduction. I was surprised reading my CV, but thank you. I was just hoping just a short introduction about where I am now. But anyway, thank you very much. Daghang salamat, daghang salamat. And again, to all of you listening now and with us now on Zoom or Facebook, welcome to a national summit for the development of the fishing industry. The theme of today's summit, Ponlarin ang pangangisdaan, pangasiwaan ng pangangisdaan itatag. This summit was organized as a response to the plethora of challenges facing the industry. Despite the country's enormous fisheries and aquatic resources, sadly, our fisher folks are among the poorest compared to other sectors. Unregulated fishing, weak governance, and changing weather patterns or climate change are among the factors that affect dwindling fishery resources. This summit, it aims to lay down the basis for the creation of the much-needed Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. And this summit also aims to broaden multi-sectoral support for its quick enactment into law. Gusto ko pong pasalamatan ang mga distinguished members of the steering committee for inviting me to moderate this very important and very, very timely summit. Us in the MVP Group supports agriculture and fisheries as well. And of course, for inviting the Shivding Alumni Foundation of the Philippines, of which I am the chairman, to be part of the steering committee. And of course, special thanks goes to my good friend, ang aking kaibigan, Congressman Ron Salo of the Kabataan or Kabayan Party List, ang kaibigan kong matalik na siya din po ngayon ang presidente ng Shivding Alumni Association. So thank you so much for inviting me here. Now let's go to the task at hand, and it gives me great pleasure, Erin, to introduce, to give the opening message, the Honorable Maria Lourdes Acosta Alba, District Representative Bukidnon, 1st District, and also Chairperson for the House of Representatives PLCPD. Magandang umaga po, ma'am.
Good morning, Kong Malu.
Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Daghang salamat, Attorney Mike. Veteran man di kayo ni atong host karon. I'm honored, Attorney Mike. And maayong buntag from Bukidnon. And the warmest welcome and happy International Women's Month to all of us. Mga kasama sa sektor ng pangisdaan, lalo na sa mga kababaihang mangingisda. Natutuwa po ako na magkakasama tayo ngayon, kahit virtually, para pag-usapan ang kalagayan at bumuo ng plano para sa sektor ng pangisda. Who are better placed than the fisher folks themselves, through their organizations, to speak about the needs and concerns of their sector. Salamat kay Uper Alerosa, Vice Chair of the NAPSI, basic sector, for ensuring that the voices of small fisher folks are present here today. Maraming salamat din sa mga stakeholders, sa ating mga key stakeholders who are on board, who are with us today, tulad ni na nakakampi natin sa iba't ibang larangan, tulad ni na Secretary William Dar, hello sir, of the Department of Agriculture, and mga champions natin sa Senado. We have here with us Senator Risa, the foremost champion for women's rights, especially in the Senate. Senator Kiko Pangilinan, champion rin natin sa usapin ng kababaihan, si Senator Risa, as I said earlier, at gender equality. And Director Eduardo Gongona ng DABFAR. And to my respected colleagues, my esteemed colleagues who are here from the House, Deputy Speaker D.V. Savellano, Representative Cueva, Representative Salo, and pasasalamat din kina Ms. Rosana Contreras ng SOC Sargent, Federation of Fishing and Allied Industries, kay Mr. David Villaluz ng Philippine Association of Fish Producers, kay Ms. Lourdes Tangco ng MIDA Trade Ventures Incorporated, at sa ating very reliable and dedicated partner, suki ng PLCPD, Ms. Jessica Soto ng We Effect. We are brought together here by our call to establish a single and dedicated government agency to provide the needed focus for the development, management, utilization, protection, and conservation of the country's fisheries and aquatic resources. We are the third largest archipelagic state, consisting of more than 7,100 islands and islets, with a coastline of about 36,289 kilometers. In 2016, we ranked 8th among the top fisheries producing countries of the world, with a production of 4.2 million metric tons, or 2.4% of total world production. It is the second highest contributor in the agriculture sector, with 16.6% gross value added contribution in 2017. Our fisheries industry provided livelihoods to 1.6 million Filipinos, of which 1.3 million are municipal fishers, who are among the poorest of the poor. More than 16,000 commercial fishers and 226,000 aqua farmers. Over the years, our fishing industry has been beset with problems of overfishing, illegal fishing, habitat destruction, and even international poaching. Another equally important concern is the effect of climate change, which renders almost ineffective our efforts in ocean and marine life conservation. The dangers posed by these problems, if it will remain unattended, will definitely weigh down the potentials of the industry. We need an independent agency that will regulate, capacitate, and strengthen our government's mandate to enable the efficient, holistic, and sustainable use of our oceans, fisheries, and aquatic resources. Our summit's theme is on point. Paunlarin ang pangisdaan, pangasiwaan ng pangisdaan itatag. The measure calling for the creation of a Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources have been consistently filed at the House of Representatives. 3 bills during the 13th Congress, 8 bills during the 14th Congress, 4 during the 15th Congress, 7th in the 16th Congress, 8 in the 17th, and 12 in this current 18th Congress. The benefits of having a separate agency can be cast aside. A good example of a fisheries agency separate from that for agriculture is the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, MMAF of Indonesia, the second largest archipelago in the world, which was established in 1999. In 2015, the fisheries sector of the country grew by 8.37% compared to 4.73% of its overall economy. Similarly, Sri Lanka, which has much less aquatic resources compared to ours, has a Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. While there is a constant action in the legislature in terms of the bill's filing, we need to heighten and increase our lobbying efforts to get the bill passed. We need to bring forward to the legislators our basis for our proposal. We should broaden our reach to include stakeholders from the related fishing sectors, processors, fish producers, and if possible, the 832 coastal municipalities and 25 coastal cities local government units. After all, more than 50% of our municipalities are in coastal areas. We have to formalize our agreement and systematically implement our plan of action. Currently, there are more than 9,000 bills filed at the House of Representatives. A good number has been enacted into law. Several more are in second reading, and a whole lot more waiting for committee deliberations. Each bill that was filed has this closing statement. The immediate enactment of this measure is sought. As stakeholders in the fishery sector, let us work together to make that immediate request to be demand-driven, popular, and a top priority. Maraming salamat at maayong buntag muli sa atong tanan. Magandang umaga ulit. Let's have a very productive forum. Thank you.
Daghang salamat, Congressman. Congresswoman Acosta, daghang salamat. Pangamusta lang ko diha tanan sa mga taga Bukidnon, maayong buntag kaninyong tanan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that very inspiring message. You really hit it on the spot kung ano yung mga problema ang hinaharap ng ating industriya. lalo na sa mga ating kasamahan sa iba't ibang lugar sa Pilipinas na ang hanap buhay nila ay pangingisda. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker who will give her welcome message actually does not need any introduction. She is well known to be a champion, as mentioned already by Congresswoman Acosta Alba, champion for women and children's rights. And she has been passionate with her advocacies from the very beginning. Since the time I met her up to now, she has been one of the most consistent as far as vision, passion is concerned. It gives me great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, na ipagkalala ko sa inyo ang ating sunod na tagapagsalita to give the welcome message, the Honorable Risa Ontiveros, Senator of the Philippine Senate, and also the chairperson for the Senate PLCPD. Magandang umaga, ma'am.
Magandang umaga rin po, Attorney Mike, at salamat po. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Maimbuntag kaninyong tanan. Salamat po sa pagkakataong makasama kayo sa napakahalagang pagtitipong ito. Pagbati rin kina Rep. Malu at hindi ko kayo makitang lahat dito sa screen pero very, very warm good morning po to everyone. Binabati ko rin po ang mga organisasyong nanguna para magsama-sama tayo ngayon. Ang steering committee ng PLCPD, Sir Rio at mga kasama, ang We Effect, ang Kabayan Party List, sina Rep. Ron na kasama ko rin sa Universal Healthcare, ang Pangisda Gawin Tama o Panagat, mabuhay po kayo, ang Philippine Association of Fish Producers Incorporated o PAFP, at ang National Anti-Poverty Commission Office of the Vice Chairperson, KAUPER, Vice Chairperson for the Basic Sector Representatives. Binabati ko rin po ang mga nandirito mula sa academe, sa local government units, at ang mga counterparts pa natin, mga kauban ni Rep. Malu mula sa House of Representatives. Higit sa lahat, ang aking pagbati sa representatives ng mga organisasyong kumakatawan sa halos 2 milyong rehistradong mangingisda mula sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Simula pa noong nakaraang taon ay humagupit na ang pandemya ng COVID-19 sa bansa. Sumabay pa ang kalamidad sa ilang mga bayan ng Pilipinas. Higit 4 milyon na ang nawalan ng trabaho. Bumagsak ang maraming maliliit na negosyo at lumaki ang bilang ng mga manggagawang nabawasan ng oras ng trabaho at kita. Kasama na rito ang mga mahal nating mangingisda na napilitang hindi pumalaot, hindi rin makatawid sa mga bayan dahil sa quarantine protocols. Bumagsak ang services sector at manufacturing pero umangat pa ng kaunti ang agrikultura at pangisdaan. Sa gitna ng mga limitasyong dulot ng COVID-19, ang ating mga dagat at pangisdaan ay nanatiling pinagkukunan ng pagkain ng buong bansa. Nagsilbi rin itong hanap buhay ng ating pinakamahihirap na kababayan sa kanayunan, mga napilitang magbalik probinsya at sumali na sa pangingisda. Bilang isang arkipelago, gaya ng sinabi ni Rep. Malu, kahit saan ka bumaling ng tingin sa Pilipinas, may mga isla at katubigan. Napakalawak ng ating coastline. Nasa 36,289 na kilometro with total territorial water area kasama na ang exclusive economic zone na nasa 2.2 million square kilometers. Halos 60% ng ating mga bayan ay coastal cities and municipalities. Pero nakakalungkot, nasa kabila ng napakalaki nating teritoryo at karagatan, nananatiling pinakamahirap ang ating mga mangingisda na umaasa sa yamang ito. Hindi naaalagaan ng husto ang pinagkukunan natin ng pagkain. Nanganganib pang tuloy-tuloy na ma-deplete o maubos. Ayon sa pinakahuling pag-aaral, halos 62 bilyong piso taon-taon ang nawawala dahil sa hindi masawatang illegal, unregistered at unregulated fishing. Dagdag pa ang negatibong epekto ng climate change at patuloy na pagpasok ng China sa ating mga karagatan na sumisira sa ating yamang dagat. Nasa 75% ng ating principal fishing grounds ang maikokonsiderang overfished at paunti na ng paunti ang huli ng ating mga mangingisda. Bumagsak din ng 90% ang reef fish na naging sanhi ng pagkalugi sa ating coastal economies. Sa loob ng 50 taon, lubhang nabawasan din ang fish stock sa Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone ng hanggang 90%. Nawasak din ang seagrass ng halos kalahating porsyento. Pinakamalaki ang pagkasira sa ating mga coral reefs na nasa 4% na lang ang natira. Ang mga pagkasira sa ating important fish habitats at coral reefs ay nangangahulugan din ng mas mababang huli at kita sa ating mga mangingisda, reduced food production, higher disaster risk at labis na kahirapan. Kung mapapangalagaan natin ang ating mga yamang dagat in a sustainable manner, walang magugutom at walang maghihirap dahil mananatiling may kabuhayan. Makakatulong ito sa muling pagsigla ng ekonomiya at pag-angat sa kabuhayan ng ating mga kababayan. Itong mga nakaraang buwan, isda ang nagsilbing alternatibong protina dahil sa kawalan ng supply at mataas na presyo ng karneng baboy. Kung hindi maresolba ang problemang ito, tataas lalo ang demand ng isda. Bilang source ng pagkain, 56% ng mga Pilipino na isda ang pangunahing protein source. 91% naman ng mga huling isda sa Pilipinas ay dito rin kinukonsumo. Lumalaki ang ating populasyon, lumalaki rin ang pangangailangan para sa source ng pagkain. Malaki ang challenges na kinakaharap ng sektor para pangunahang harapin ng BIFAR. They are mandated to perform the overwhelming task of managing the country's utilization of fishery resources and protection of its marine life environment. Sa Senado, ako po'y nagpanukala ng pagtatatag ng Department of Ocean, Fisheries, and Aquatic Resources o DOFAR. Para ang maliit na bureau ay mapalaki, mapalakas at bigyan ng dagdag na kapangyarihan bilang isang departamento para tutukan at tugunan ang mga malalaki ring hamon na kinakaharap ng sektor. This proposed law mandates the department to exercise primary jurisdiction over the management, conservation, development, protection, utilization, and disposition of all fishery and aquatic resources of the country, including its habitats of fish and all other marine life, and over activities which impact on these habitats. The department shall have the authority to supervise and regulate the production and capture of fish and fishery products within its jurisdiction, as well as the processing and marketing of all fisheries and aquatic products in the country. The department shall have the responsibility of rationalizing all ocean sector initiatives which impact on fish and marine resources or their habitats, including but not limited to marine energy exploration and development, coastal and marine tourism, marine industry development areas. This bill also defines the powers and functions and responsibilities of the department, including the organizational structure to accomplish its given mandate. Sa ngayon, may dalawa pang panukalang batas na inihain sa Senado. 13 naman sa House of Representatives, kung tama yung pagkaalala ko, pero sinabi ni Rep. Malu ang tama, na may kinalaman sa pagbubuo ng Department of Fisheries. This bill has been consistently filed in the House of Representatives since the 13th Congress and has not yet, if I'm not mistaken, been heard in the Committee on Government Reorganization. Hindi pa rin po ito nadidinig sa komite sa Senado. Mahalaga ang National Summit na ito upang sama-sama nating maiparating ang mga basehan at kahalagahan ng pagtatatag ng Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources para tugunan ang mga hamon ng sektor. May natitira pang oras bago matapos ang 18th Congress. Umaasa po ako na sa pamamagitan ng summit na ito ay mapalakas pa natin ang ating boses upang masimulan ng dinggin ang panukalang ito sa House of Representatives, ganoon din sa Senado. Hindi dapat maiwan ang napakahalagang legislation na ito sa pagtawid natin sa new normal and recovery. Simulan na po natin ang ating mga pahayag, mga kasama. Kasama po ni Rep. Malu, welcome po sa ating lahat at mabuhay ang lahat.
Maraming salamat, Senator Risa, for that very inspiring message and for enumerating the problems that the industry is facing and for also making it clear to all and sundry na talagang importante na maipasa sa Kongreso itong batas na ito para makatulong sa industriya at makatulong din sa ekonomiya habang pinalaban natin ang pandemya na ito. So again, Senator Risa, daghang salamat. Thank you very much. Ngayon naman, Erin, ang susunod nating tatawagin ay isa din sa mga talagang noong pa man ay tumutulong na sa industriyang ito. So without any further ado, perhaps Erin, pwede mong ipakilala ang ating next speaker?
Ayan. Pero bago muna, attorney, no? Actually, Rep. Marvy Marino just came in sa ating Zoom. Magandang umaga po, Rep. At ang magbibigay... Good morning, Rep. Ayan, sige po. So, para po magbigay sa atin ng isang napakahalagang mensahe ngayong umaga, ang aming pong mahal na Country Director of the We Effect Philippines, isa po sa mga lead ng ating steering committee, ating pong bigyan ng virtual applause si Miss Jessica Soto. Good morning po.
Good morning, Erin. Maraming salamat. Isang napakainit po na pagbati sa ating lahat. Ang araw po na ito ay napaka-importante sapagkat naririto na halos lahat ang kinatawan ng may mga kinalaman, kaalaman at nakikialam hinggil sa usapin ng ating ocean, fisheries at aquatic resources. Tunay ngang napakahalaga ng National Fisheries Summit na ito. Napakahalaga ng summit na ito sapagkat kasama natin ang mga kinatawan ng halos 2 milyong mangingisda sa ating bansa. Sila na dapat sana ay mas nakikinabang sa ating yamang dagat at kalikasan, subalit sila po ay nananatili pa rin sa isa sa pinakamahirap na sektor sa napakahabang panahon. Kahit ang summit na ito ay para sa kanilang tunay na kagalingan. Napakahalaga ng summit na ito sapagkat ang mga kinatawa ng iba't ibang ahensya sa pamahalaan ay naririto rin na may napakalaking responsibilidad para sa pagpapatupad ng mga polisiya at programa na tunay na kakalinga sa industriya ng pangisda, lalo na sa mga maliliit na mangingisda. Kaya't ang summit na ito ay para sa kanilang affirmation, sa kanilang sinumpaang serbisyong para sa bayan. Napakahalaga ng summit na ito sapagkat narito rin ang kinatawan mula sa pribadong sektor na naniniwala na ang kanilang kontribusyon sa ating blue economy ay kaya pang paunlarin at palakasin kasama ng ating mga maliliit na negosyante at mangingisda. Kaya ang summit na ito ay para sa kanilang patuloy na pagsuporta para sa pagpapaunlad ng ating pambansang ekonomiya. Napakahalaga ng summit na ito sapagkat ang mga grupo ng eksperto na gumugol ng mahabang panahon sa pag-aaral at paghahanap ng mga scientific na ebidensya para sa ating advokasya at mga alternatibong policy at action ay narito rin. Kaya't ang summit na ito ay para sa kanilang patuloy na pag-aaral, pagsasaliksik at pakikibahagi. Napakahalaga ng summit na ito sapagkat narito ang kinatawan ng ating mga mambabatas sa mataas at mababang kapulungan para siguraduhin na may panikalang batas na tunay na magbibigay ng legalidad sa mga adikain, polisiya, programa, at siyempre budget na rin sa ating fisheries industry. Kaya ang summit na ito ay para sa patuloy nilang pagsusulong na atin ring lahat na tinataguyod na napakahalaga ng summit na ito sapagkat ang mga NGO ay narito rin at patuloy na katuwang ng iba't ibang sektor na narito. Panahon ay nahihirapang umabante dahil sa iba't ibang mga usapin at balakid na rin. Kaya't ang summit na ito ay para sa kanilang patuloy na pagsuporta para sa mga pare-pareho, magkakatugma at magkakarelasyon ng mga adikain para sa usapin ng ocean, fisheries at aquatic resources ng ating bansa. Kung kaya't ang National Fisheries Summit na ito ay napakahalaga na siyang magbubunsod sa ating lahat na isulong ang isang departamento para sa pag-iingat, pagpapaunlad at pagsisiguro na ang mga natural nating kalikasan sa karagatan at sa tubig sa kalupaan ay mga mangingisda, mga negosyanteng may damdaming makabayan at mga mamamayang Pilipino sa pangkabuuan ang tunay na makikinabang. Mahalaga rin po ang National Fisheries na ito para po sa WEFEC na isang Swedish Global Development Organization na akin pong kinakatawan ngayon. At kasama nyo rin po sa pagtitipon na ito. 10 po ng aming organisasyon at ng aming mga partners katulad ng PLCPD ay naniniwala na sa pagsasama-sama natin noon, ngayon at sa darating pang mahabang panahon ay ang tanging paraan para tuluyang masolusyonan ang naging masalimuot na usapin sa nabanggit na sektor na tayo namang pong lahat ay pamilyar na rin. Kung kaya't ang tangang hangad ko po sa araw na ito ay sana muli tayong magkaisa sa opisyal na pagtanggap sa resolusyon na atin rin sama-samang pinag-usapan at isinulat. At naway ang resolusyon na ito ay isa sa maging dahilan at patuloy na magtulak sa ating lahat na magsama-sama, magkapit-bisig at magkaisa para sa isang departamento ng Ocean, Fisheries at Aquatic Resources. Sa ganitong paraan lang natin makakamit ang matagal na nating adikain. Mabuhay po kayo, mabuhay po tayong lahat, at magandang araw po sa ating lahat.
Ayan, magandang araw po ulit. Ma'am Jess.
Maraming salamat, Miss Jessica. Erin, pag ganyan ang mga naririnig na salita at yan ay marinig ng ating mga kasamahan sa Kongreso, malakas na mensahe, ay siguro I am confident na talagang within this limited amount of time, may pag-asa pang makalusot itong panukalang ito. Ano sa tingin mo?
Yes, attorney. Grabe. When I was hearing Ma'am Jessica's words po, no, it's really straight to the heart, and I'm sure naramdaman po ng lahat na nandito sa Zoom at sa nanonood na rin sa atin sa live stream na nandito tayo hindi lang para umupo at mag-usap, kundi meron tayong decades of struggle para sa ating mga fisher folk sector and of course our aquatic resources that really needs us today, especially that we are really affected by the climate change. Ayan, sige, attorney. I'm already feeling it. So,
Oo nga. Parang nag-deliver ka na rin ng opening remarks. Maganda yan. Yun importante, at the end of the day, nothing can be achieved without passion. All That's great right. things in this world, whatever it is, in whatever industry, whatever sector, it was achieved because of passion. Kaya maganda yan. At nakikita natin, nai-infect tayo sa passion ng ating mga tagapagsalita. Siguro ngayon, Erin, pwede mo nang i-introduce ang susunod na parte ng ating programa. Please do the honors.
Yes po, attorney. Pero bago yan, no, meron na po tayong nakikita, attorney, ng mga live viewers sa ating Facebook page. Nais po natin silang batiin at ito Please. Po ay yung, yes po, yung Eastern Summer State University, Tambuyog po. Kasama din po natin si Ma'am Dina right now in Zoom. Pero ang Tambuyog po ay nanonood din sa atin ngayon. Babuyan Channel sa iFarm C Region 2, Calamba City Fisher Folks, Bulacan. At meron pa po, Philippine Miserior Partnership Incorporated, Concern. Kasama din po natin si Ma'am Mercy here. Isa po sa member ng steering committee. Anak Balayan, Batangas. MRBU Fishing and Trading Corp, House of Representatives Cluster 4, SPA-MAST, Samalita, Davao Oriental, Biliran Province, viewers ito from Biliran Province, Palawan, Calabanga, Camarines Sur, Santo Tomas, Batangas, Siargao Island, wow, Mualboal, Cebu, San Pedro, Laguna, Santa Fe, Romblon, at sa Ragay, Camarines Sur. Magandang umaga po sa inyo dyan.
Magandang umaga sa inyo. May buntag kaninyong tanan. Lalo dyan sa Siargao, Governor Matugas, former Congresswoman Matugas, Mayor. No? I hope to visit Siargao pag wala na lockdown. Dubai rin.
Me too, attorney. Really excited po.
Yeah.
Ayan. Sige,
so ipagpatuloy na natin, Erin. Ano ang next part ng ating programa?
Yes po. At para ating makita visually sa isang video wrapped up in 3 to 5 minutes para ipakita sa atin kung ano nga ba ang yaman ng Pilipinas at ang mga issue na dapat na nating i-solve para sa ating sa future ng ating blue economy. At para makita ito, please watch this short video.
Mahalaga ang pagkakaroon ng Department of Ocean, Fisheries and Aquatic Resources para mas ma-regulate natin ang paggamit sa ating pangisdaan at ang pangalaga sa mga rekurso nito. Magkakaroon din tayo ng sapat na rekurso para mas ma-adapt natin ang epekto ng climate change. Magkakaroon tayo ng sapat na pondo upang magamit sa kinakailangang pananaliksik upang makakuha tayo ng sapat na datos na magagamit natin sa tamang pagpaplano para sa pagpapaunlad ng pangisdaan. Higit sa lahat, sa pagkakaroon ng separate Department of Ocean, Fisheries and Aquatic Resources ay malilesen o mababawasan natin ang tunggalian sa pagitan ng mga gumagamit ng ating pangisdaan at ng mga lugar na saklaw nito.
Thank you so much, Erin. That was a very, very, shall we say, strong message contained in the video. Talagang palakpakan po natin ang mga people who were responsible for making that video. That was a very good video indeed.
Yes po, attorney, and it wouldn't be possible at gusto ko lang po talaga i-stress out na pagpupugay po no sa ating mga mangingisda all over the country at kasama din po natin ng iba sa kanila ngayon no. We're really grateful for the hard work that they always do for us. So para sa kanila po ito at para sa ating mga marine resources. Ngayon, attorney, what's next po para sa atin?
Again, maraming salamat, no? Maraming salamat, Erin. At ngayon naman po, it gives me a great pleasure to call on a good friend who will introduce the keynote speaker. Hindi na rin siya kailangan ng introduction kasi kilala to. At itong kaibigan ko na ito ay siya din po ang presidente ng aming Shivning Alumni Association. Pareho po kaming naswertehan at nakapag-aral sa ibang bansa na libre. Hindi na kami po nagbayad. Pero ngayon, kitang-kita naman na ang kanyang pagserbisyo sa Kongreso ay talagang lubos na lubos. Kaya, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce the keynote speaker, allow me to call on the Honorable Ron Salo, Representative Kabayan Party List. Good morning, Kong Ron.
Maraming salamat, Attorney Mike Toledo. Maraming salamat sa aming chairman sa Shivning Alumni Foundation of the Philippines. At the same time, maraming salamat din sa iyo, Erin. Maraming salamat po sa lahat po ng mga kasama po natin, both dito sa Zoom at the same time sa mga nanonood po sa Facebook. Salamat po sa lahat po ng mga kilala po natin ng mga mambabatas na kasama po natin ngayon. Alam po ninyo, ang Kabayan Party List ay nainiwala sa talagang kakayanan ng pagsuporta natin sa departamentong ito na siyang isa sa magiging daan para maiangat ang industriya ng pangisdaan at maiangat ang buhay ng bawat Pilipino. Karangalan ko po ngayon na ipakilala ang ating keynote speaker. Alam po ninyo, ang ating keynote speaker is a champion of the poor, especially the small farmers and fisher folks. In 1998, he was awarded the 10 Outstanding Young Men Toying the Philippines. And in 2016, he was awarded the Outstanding Filipino, the Outstanding Filipino or TOEFL Award in cognizance of his servant leadership. Ganun din, in 15 years of outstanding achievements as Director General ng ICRISAT, he championed and institutionalized an overarching strategy called Inclusive Market-Oriented Development, in which the farmers become active participants for their own welfare. The same strategy is now being advocated by him in the pursuit of inclusiveness in the agribusiness in the Philippines. Prior to his international stint, he taught with distinction at Benguet State University with the rank of Professor 6 and served as its Vice President for R&D in 1985 to 1987. He was the founding director of the Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Agricultural Research, or BAR, in 1987 to 1994, served as Executive Director of the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Forestry and Natural Resources Research and Development, or PCARD, in 1994 and 1998, and Secretary of the Department of Agriculture under President Joseph Estrada in 1998 to 1999. Under his watch at the DA, the Philippine agriculture achieved a remarkable 9.6 growth, which has never been equaled until today. In 2014, he founded the Inang Lupa Movement Incorporated that advocates on cost action for agricultural modernization and rural industrialization anchored on 4 pillars. First is inclusiveness, second is science-based, third is resilient and market-oriented development. He now writes a regular weekly column called Ways of the Oasis in the Manila Times. From his weekly columns, he published the book titled The Way Forward, Modernization and Industrialization of the Philippine Agriculture. He also advises Go Negosyo in the areas of agriculture and agripreneurship. He is also the country representative of Prasad Seeds Philippines Incorporated. He obtained his Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Education from the Mountain State Agricultural College, now BSU, in 1973. Master of Science in Agronomy from MSAC in 1976 and Doctor of Philosophy in Horticulture from the University of the Philippines at Los Baños in 1980. Cognizant of his leadership and laurels, he was awarded 8 doctorate degrees honoris causa by various higher education institutions in the country. He was born on April 10, 1953 in Santa Maria, Ilocos Sur, and married to Beatriz Miria with 4 children, May William Jr., who is now deceased, Celeste, and Christine. Mga kasama kong mga kampiyon at mga tagapagsulong sa pagbuo ng Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, mga mangingisda sa buong kapuluan ng Pilipinas, mga kapwa ko manggagawa sa gobyerno, mga stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, karangalan kong ipakilala ang ating keynote speaker, walang iba kundi ang ating kalihim ng kagawaran ng agrikultura, Dr. William D. Dart.
Unang-una, gusto kong pasalamatan ang ating Honorable Ron Salo for the kind introduction. Maraming salamat po, Congressman Salo. Pangalawa, gusto ko rin recognize po ang ating senadora na chairperson of the Senate PLCPD, Honorable Risa Ontiveros. Pangatlo po ang ating chairperson for the House of Representatives ng PLCPD, ating Honorable Maria Lourdes Acosta Alba. Kaibigan po natin ng pamilya yan. Sa lahat po ng leaders ng itong PLCPD, ang ating kaibigan at magaling na Sekretaryo Mike Toledo, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Ang daming sakuna ang nangyari sa ating bansa simula noong nakaraang na taon. At tinawag po natin ito na perfect storm. Foremost of which is now the COVID-19 pandemic that's still lurking in the country and globally. The COVID-19 pandemic is unprecedented in human history, disrupting everyone's life, disrupting socioeconomic conditions globally. We were caught unguarded, unprotected, and simply swept away. But of all sectors, nasabi na ng ating mahal na Senadora, Risa, agriculture and fishery showed its resilience. Mayroon, kung tayo ay i-review po natin yung 2020 GDP natin growth, ang dalawang sektor kagaya ng services and manufacturing ay malaking contraction, more than 9%. At ang sektor ng agrikultura po ay 0.2% contraction. Meaning, if you compare which is the most resilient among the 3 sectors of the economy, agriculture is showing the way. Agriculture
Nag-break po ba yung internet connection ni Secretary?
Panaghang si Secretary.
Sige po. Attorney, shall we wait po ba kay Secretary Dar?
Yeah. Can somebody maybe call his staff for him that there seems to be a break in the connection?
Ayan po, no?
May contact ka ba, Erin?
Yes
sa
po.
office ni Secretary. Sige,
Yes.
Inform lang na naghang.
Nakabalik na po tayo. Siguro may technical glitch. So,
Ayan. Okay.
Welcome back po, Secretary.
Welcome back, Sec.
Pasensya na po. Ganitong ka-high technology tayo.
Mike.
Mike, maraming mensahe yun.
Hayaan niyo po at bibigyan natin kagad ng tugon yan.
Opo. So, ang sinasabi po na natin ay nasa new normal na tayo. So, when we are in a new environment, ay talaga naman we must reshape, we must reboot, and really give substantial resources, pour more resources into the country's agricultural sector. Again, highlighting na kasama ang fishery sector doon. Now, all for the very purpose of ensuring food security. Now, more than before, we must use relevant technologies and innovations with the inclusive environment that we must have to have in all respect to produce more food and ensure that every Filipino has enough affordable, nutritious food on his or on her table. And this includes fish and marine products. In 2020, the value of production in the fishery sector contracted by 1.2%, turning around the 1.5% growth it achieved in 2019. This decline was perhaps anticipated by many because of 2020, a very challenging year, exceptionally challenging year for all. But I believe this should not be the case, especially that turning around the state of our fisher folks, who remain to be the poorest of our poor, is an urgent matter. I believe that whatever the season, we should aim for a productive, competitive, sustainable, and resilient fishery sector that can propel the whole agriculture to be an engine of economic growth, a steady source of livelihood, and a catalyst to improve socio-economic conditions of coastal communities. As such, your Department of Agriculture, through the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, or BFAR, has ongoing programs in line with the agency's broader 1DA agenda. And this 1DA agenda is a 12-point set of key strategies, which is the DA's guiding framework to hasten economic recovery for the transformation of Philippine agriculture. Meron bang volume?
Meron.
Okay. The fishery sector is very much a big part of the DA's long-term goals. Filipinos. We recently reported that supply and prices of fish, such as galunggong, bangos, tilapia, tulingan, and tamban, have been, declining from a high set of prices early this year to now very stable and affordable these past weeks. A testament to the critical role of the fisheries sector in assuring adequate food even in times of crisis. One of our main strategies in improving our fishing system and innovation. The BIPAR has been aggressive in promoting various innovative and productivity-enhancing solutions such as aquaponics, a combination of aquaculture and hydroponics that grows fish and plants together in one integrated system. We have strengthened, or we continue to strengthen, our aquaculture subsector because we believe that there is great promise for that kind of cuts that we can get from aquaculture. Now, we are also harnessing to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which employ destructive fishing practices to the detriment of our marine ecosystem. According to a recently released joint study by BIFAR and USAID, IUU fishing amounted to 27 to 40% of fish caught in 2019 in the Philippines, or about 62 billion in value. We hope to soon complete the development and threat assessment tool, which will help authorities find effective ways to encourage voluntary compliance, strategically guide law enforcement operations, and clearly communicate our progress in reducing IUU fishing in Philippine waters. Aside from harnessing technologies, BIFAR is also boosting value-adding and entrepreneurial activities within the blue economy, which will also enable the Philippines to be a premium global exporter of fishery products. Just last month, BIFAR launched the Aqua Negosyo para sa Pilipino, which aims to equip fish farmers and other interested aquapreneurs with the right knowledge and technical skills for them to build a competitive and profitable aqua business. This program is very timely with the massive loss of livelihoods during the pandemic. Our BIFAR every year also continues to ensure the strict implementation of closed fishing seasons in inland and coastal waters, establish essential post-harvest facilities across communities, and strengthen our capacity building programs for fisherfolk cooperatives and associations. We are seeing positive results in our pilot testing of creating Big Brother, Small Brother partnership in various areas. We hope this becomes our solution to encourage the partnership of our commercial and municipal fishers to sustainably share in resources. Now, moreover, we are steadfast in our appeal to our lawmakers in providing the fishery sector a higher and significant budgetary support. I know that we have champions like the likes of Senator Risa, but let me just mention the level of budget. This year for BIFAR, we only have 4.8 billion pesos. But of course, early on, we submitted a much higher budget. And for 2022, we have now submitted a total of 20 billion peso budget to really enhance the rebooting and the recovery of the fisheries sector in the country. And I hope that with the 15 to 16% contribution of the fisheries sector to the gross value added in agriculture, that this 20 billion peso budget for next year will be properly considered, because now is the time really to help the poorest of the poor get out of that poverty and be part of the mainstream to really create more wealth for themselves and for this country. Also, at present, the Department of Agriculture is seeking a $200 million loan from the World Bank to support our fisheries and coastal resiliency project. The project has 4 components, namely fisheries, coastal areas, resiliency planning, fisheries and coastal resilient resource management, modern and resilient livelihood investments, and project management and coordination. More specifically, the project will lead to enhanced ecosystem management, productivity-enhancing technologies, aquaculture, value chain infrastructure, and reduced post-harvest losses, among others, that can help the sector not only survive this pandemic, but finally attain a lasting positive transformation. We hope that with our efforts at the Department of Agriculture, aming mapapaunlad ang ating mga mangingisda na nagsisilbing food security frontliners ngayong pandemic. I think this is the best time to give back to our fisher folks, support them, empower them, and I believe the best way to do that is to join hands from the national level down to the barangay and put our fisheries sector at the center of our economic recovery and development agenda. Marami pong salamat. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Stay safe. At sana nga yung ating minimithi dito sa forum na ito ay we will be able to achieve. Thank you and good day.
Maraming salamat, Secretary Willie Dar. Wala ko kayong kupas-kupas when it comes to your ability to deliver your message in clear, concise, eloquent language. Alam mo, Erin, isang karangalan para sa akin, nakasama ko po si Secretary Dar nung panahon pa po ni Pangulong Estrada. Siya na po ay Secretary of Agriculture din at talagang nakita ko po kung gaano po siya magtrabaho. Iba po talaga ang kanyang vision at siya po ay action man. Kaya hindi po ako nagulat, Erin, na in-appoint siya ni President Duterte na maging, again, kalihim sa Department of Agriculture. Isa pang masasabi ko, Erin, alam mo ang agriculture for the longest time, hindi nagre-register ng positive growth. Pero nung nag-take over at naging kalihim si Secretary Willie Dar, ay nag-iba na ang takbo ng Department of Agriculture. At isa pang bagay na siguro i-share ko sa body, the Secretary is also a forward thinker. Ang ibig sabihin ay kagaya sa ngayon, tinitignan niya kung paano pwedeng gamitin ang digital technology para matulungan ang ating mga farmers, para matulungan ang ating mga fishermen. Kasi financial technology, digital technology, nandyan na yan. At importante lang ay magamit at matulungan para masigurado ng ating mga farmers, magsasaka ay hindi nalulugi in terms of getting new information, in terms of knowing the prices of the commodities they're selling, etc. etc. Marami. Siguro ibang summit naman yan na pwede natin pag-usapan. Pero marami pong salamat, Secretary Dar, Willie. Maraming salamat ulit. At nakikita ko kasama mo si Yusek Noel. Magandang umaga din sa iyo, Yusek Noel.
Good morning.
So, Erin, talagang bilib ako dito sa mga organizers natin dito sa summit na ito. Talagang tinatawag ito, kumbaga sa basketball ito, parang dream team. Sana yung gilas din natin, no? Nalalaban sa World Basketball Championship, dream team din. Kita mo naman from the opening message hanggang sa keynote, mabibigat. At alam naman natin na marami parang mabibigat na darating at magsasalita pa. Kaya nga, siguro at this point, Erin, can you please do the honors? We will now be going to the second part of the summit. And this is very important also. Kasi hindi tayo makakapunta sa gusto natin puntahan kung hindi natin alam kung ano yung pinanggalingan natin. So importante po na magkaroon ng clear presentation ng sitwasyon. So ito ang magiging situational ng fishing industry. Kaya importante parte po ito. Kaya Erin, with your kind indulgence, can you please do the honors of introducing the next two speakers that are experts and advocates, passionate advocates in their respective fields. Erin.
Yes, attorney, no? Tumpak na tumpak po kayo dyan. At parang tayo ay, sabi nga ni Secdar, maraming salamat din po, Secdar, no? Sabi niya kanina ay, let's join hands in improving and promoting our fishery sector. Syempre, to introduce our first resource speaker to discuss to us the state of the municipal sector in the Philippines. Nakita na po natin siya no, ng ilang beses. Isa po siya sa mukha ng steering committee at isa rin po sa mga organizers nitong summit. He is the current vice chairperson for the National Anti-Poverty Commission for the Basic Sector and the chairperson of Pambansang Katipunan ng mga Samahan sa Kanayunan or PKSK. Let's all give a virtual round of applause to Mr. Ruperto Ka Uper Alerosa. Good morning, Ka Uper.
Good morning, Erin. Thank you. Magandang umaga, sir. Magandang umaga, Erin, kay Attorney Mike, sa lahat po ng ating mga champion na nandito ngayon, no? Whether ito po ay mga legislators, mga mangisda, NGO advocates, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat, no? Luba pong napakarami ng usapin para sa pangisdaan. Subalit sa maikling sandali po ay nais kong ibahagi sa inyo, no, ang ilang kalagayan ng ating mga munisipal na mangisda sa ating bansa at ang karakteristik ng ating pangisdaan na pinagkukunan ng kabuhayan nito, no? Alam po naman natin na ang ating pangisdaan ay isang arkipelago, no? Nabanggit naman kanina, no? Na tayo po ay mayroong 7,100 island, no? At sa kabila at sa ilalim ng mga katubigang ito ay makikita natin ang iba't ibang rekurso na nagpapaunlad at nagbibigay buhay sa ating pangisdaan, no? Nandiyan po yung marine resources, no? Dagdagan ko lang po yung iba pang nabanggit kanina. Ayan, no? Tayo ay mayroon pong shelf area, yung pong na may lalim na 200 meters ang tubig. At meron tayong coral reefs na ayon po sa datos ay meron tayong 8.81% ng kabuuang coral reef sa buong mundo, no? Next to Indonesia and Australia. So ganyan po kalaki ang ating marine resources, ang coral reefs. At siyempre, yun pong ating nabanggit kanina na coastline, no? So tayo ay 5th largest coastline in the world. Again, next to Indonesia. Slide please. Okay, so yun po yung sa marine resources. Sa usapin po naman ng inland resources ay meron tayong mga fish ponds, no? Meron tayong mahigit na 253,000 hektarya ng fish pond na nagkukulture ng iba't ibang espesye ng isda, mga alimango at iba pa, no? At nandyan din yung ating swampland. At siyempre, yun pong mangrove forest natin, no? Kung babalikan po natin ang datos 1912, maaaring hindi pa tayo lahat o iba hindi pa taon yan, ay meron tayong 450,000 hectares daw yan. At ngayon ay kokonti na lamang dahil sa iba't ibang dahilan, no? At meron pa po tayong iba pang inland fishery resources na may sinasabi mayroong 250,000 hectares. Next. Okay. Ito po ay nabanggit na rin kanina ng mga naunang speaker, no? Gusto ko lang pong elaborate ulit na batay po sa Fisheries Registration System ng DABPAR ay mayroon tayong almost 2 million. Ito po ay nung pang 2018 na maaring sa ngayon dahil patuloy po yung registration ay lumampas na ito sa figure na ito. Kung gusto po ninyong malaman kung saang region kayo nandoon, makikita po sa slides, no? Ito po yung mga number of fisher folk na nag-registered sa iba't ibang rehiyon natin sa bansa. Next slide. Okay, so ito pong datos na ito ay ipinresenta ng DABPAR during the Philippine Council for Aquaculture and Fisheries Council meeting noong March 4, no, sa kanila pong pag-present ng kanilang budget proposal for 2022, no. At makikita po dito, maaaring ito po ay tumutugma do sa mga binanggit na kanina na noong 2016 ay medyo may mataas pa tayong produksyon. Pero sa pagdaan ng mga taon, 2017 hanggang 2018, biglang bumagsak hanggang sa unti-unti ulit itong tumaas noong 2019. Pero dahil nga sa maaring marami pang dahilan, noong 2020 ay muli itong bumaba. So makikita natin na sa kabila ng mga rekurso na yan at mga dahilanan, next slide please, ay hindi makakaila o obviously talagang naghihirap ang ating mga mangisda. Nakakapagtaka kasi ang yaman-yaman ng ating bansa, subalit ang mismong mga mangisda, particular ang mga municipal fisherfolk, ay siyang naghihirap. No? Sabi po ng Philippine Statistics Authority, sa kanila pong pag-aaral ay meron daw pong na-obserban na decrease in poverty incidence in the fishery sector, no? From 36.9% in 2015 to 26.2% in 2018. No? So yan po yung datos na galing sa PSA. Next. Okay, so batay po naman sa isinagawang review ng Rare Philippines, isa pong NGO na katuwang natin dito sa pangisdaan, lumabas po sa kanilang pag-review na ang ating fisheries ang pinaka-vulnerable sa lahat ng extreme events, weather events. No? Makikita po sa slides na mula 2016 hanggang 2020 ay nakaranas tayo ng 9 na malalakas na bagyo. No? Nagsimula kay Lawin, kay Umpong, kay Rosita, kay Tisoy, Ursula, Quinta, Role, Ulysses at ang pinakauli kay Vicky. So yan pong mga malalakas na bagyong yan ay puminsala sa ating agriculture sector ng malaking halaga. No? Pero bukod doon, specifically para sa fisherfolk sector, makikita po natin dito sa slides ang naging pinsalang halaga nito sa ating sektor ng pangisdaan. Now, dahil po sa napakaraming problema ng ating industriya, no? Nabanggit na ng maraming speaker natin at marami pa dyan ay hindi pa rin po nababanggit. No? Nakita po ng aming sektor mula sa National Anti-Poverty Commission, Artisanal Fisherfolk Sectoral Council na panahon na, no? Nakita po namin ang kahalaga na ito na ang panahon para magkaroon tayo ng isang departamento ng pangisdaan. No? Kasi tulad ng nabanggit, bukod sa maraming issue na dating nadadagdagan pa, na dulot ng man-made natural calamities at ngayon may pandemya, nakikita po namin na ang pagkakaroon ng isang Department of Fisheries ay kailangan ng ngayon na. No? Sa usapin man ito ng recovery ng ating pangisdaan, ang pagsasabatas nito ay dapat inuuna ngayon. No? At bilang action po ng aming sectoral council sa fisherfolk sector sa NAPSI, kami po ay naglabas ng resolusyon na naka-address sa ating pong both houses of Congress, no? sa lower house at saka sa Senate, na humihingi po ng tulong at hinihiling po natin na ipasa na ang DOPAR into law. So yan po yung aming laman at makikita po ninyo dito sa slides ang kopya ng aming resolusyon, pirmado po ng aming 24 council members from all regions, no, na kumakatawan sa ating pong Artisanal Fisherfolk Sectoral Council. Ang pangalawa pong resolution, next slide please, na atin pong inilabas sa Konseho ay isang panawagan o kahilingan sa ating Pangulo to certify DOPAR bill as urgent, sapagkat nakikita po namin na dapat ito ibilang sa mga prioridad na batas na nakasalang sa ating Kongreso upang tugunan ang napakaraming problema ng ating pangisdaan, upang tugunan ang kakulangan ng ating pagkain, lalong-lalo na hindi lamang sa ngayong panahon ng pandemic, kundi sa mga susunod pang panahon. So marami pong salamat sa inyong pakikinig. May the bounty of peace be with us. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat, Ka-Uper. Talaga naman, very infectious yung passion at nararamdaman namin dito. Usually, Erin, di ba, pag nag-host tayo, mas nararamdaman mo yung pulso ng mga nakikinig kasi kaharap mo sila. Yes. Ngunit dahil sa kalakasan ng kanilang passion, maski dito sa internet, nararamdaman din natin. Kaya sana naman
malakas pa po sa internet.
Totoo yun. Alam niyo po, maganda po yung sinabi ni Ka-Uper na meron ding resolusyon na pinasa ang NAPSI, isang malaking importanteng ahensya ng gobyerno din, no? At calling for the passage of the DOFAR, not to mention the fact meron pang pangalawang resolution no, na gawing urgent. Pakiusap kay Presidente na gawing urgent itong bill na ito. Siguro pwede kong kausapin ang kaklase ko. Siya ngayon ay nandun sa PLLO, Presidential Legislative Liaison Office. Sila yung nagko-coordinate dito sa mga urgent bills. Si dating Congressman Jacinto Paras, na siguro ay pwede matulungan niya tayo dito. Congressman Jing, hindi ko alam kung nakikinig ka pero mamaya tatawagan kita. Sana naman at mabigyan to ng importansya din. Kasi si Congressman or rather si Secretary Sitoy, ang head ng PLLO at ang kasama niya dyan ay si dating Congressman at dating Undersecretary din ng Labor na ngayon nandito na siya sa PLLO. Sana makatulong. So maraming salamat. At Erin, di ba nakita mo talagang itong situation na to very important. Yes. For example, sa aking, in my case, na hindi naman ako masyado exposed, nakita ko kung ano talagang sitwasyon ng ating municipal fishing sector. Kaya ngayon talaga naintindihan na ng lahat at lalo ng ating mga mambabatas kung gaano ka-importante ito. Ngayon naman po, ay di ba Erin, tapos na tayo sa municipal fishing sector na presenta ng situational. Puproceed naman tayo dito sa overview naman. Dito naman sa commercial fishing industry. So Erin, pag-uubaya ko sa iyo ang papakilala sa ating susunod na tagapagsalita.
Sige po. At bago natin siya ipakilala, attorney, no, gusto ko lang din sabihin na napakainit na rin po ng mga comments at questions na nasa chat box po natin. So, we are really encouraging everyone po to participate. So, sabi nga ni Sir Peddy, fish be with you daw.
May the fish be with you. Okay yun, hashtag. May the fish be with you.
Bagong hashtag po, ayan.
Right, maganda yan. Baka meron ka pa bang bago natin tawagin yung ating speaker, baka meron ka pang pwedeng i-share dyan na sa chat box natin, mga comments.
Sige po. Meron dito isa na meron po tayong kasamang isang mangingisda para lang po maanon din natin sa ating mga live viewers na meron din po tayong mga live na mangingisda po na kasama sa Zoom. Si Jennifer Magan po ay nag-comment. Sabi niya po kasama niya po yung mangingisda, mga mangingisda sa kanila at nais nilang ipahatid na sang-ayon sila sa magtatag ng sariling departamento para sa pangisdaan sapagkat hindi gaanong nabibigyan pansin ng DA daw ang Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Karamihan din sa mga mangingisda ay walang alam sa mga programa para sa kanila. Napakainit po ng comment section pero babalikan po natin yan. May konting pa-suspense po tayo, attorney.
Salamat, Erin.
At saka, attorney, sorry I will have to shout out po all our viewers sa ating Facebook page. Napaka-grateful po tayo na andyan din po sila nanonood sa atin ngayon. The Palampon Institute of Technology sa Del Carmen, BIFAR Region 4A, BIFAR Region 11 FMRED, MSU Mindanao State University ba ito? Sa Maguindanao. Surigao State College of Technology in Del Carmen, Palampon Institute of Technology of Tabango Campus, Eastern Samar Borongan City, Federation of Fishing and Allied Fisheries Incorporated in Jensan, viewers from Los Baños, Surigao State College of Technology, Mandaue City, Cebu, La Union, San Jose Antique, from WWF Philippines, San Jose Antique, SUFA Association Caraga Surigao del Norte, Pambayang ugnayan ng mga mangingisda sa Gumaca, Quezon, Labugon, Basay, Fisher Folks Association, San Luis, Aurora Province, MMSU, Casat, Curimao, Ilocos Norte, Tudela, Misamis Occidental, Giyuan, mga kauban ko sa at kaupod ko sa Don Salvador Benedicto, mayong aga sa inyo. SOC Sergeant Federation of Fishing Allied Industries Incorporated, Ginhulngan City, Negros Oriental, ATI RTC Region 12, Cabuyao City, Laguna, Sorsogon State College Magallanes Campus, at syempre ang partner po natin ng Patamaba sa Caloocan Chapter. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Ang dami, attorney.
Oo, marami. Good morning. Magandang umaga. May buntag kaninyong tanan.
Ayan, sige po. So, to formally introduce her, our next speaker, just like attorney said, for the overview of commercial fishing industry, kasama po natin ang Executive Director of SOC Sergeant Federation of Fishing and Allied Industries Incorporated. Let us welcome Miss Rosana Bernadette B. Contreras. Let us give her a virtual round of applause, please. Good morning, Miss Bernadette.
Yes, good morning.
Ayan.
Good morning.
Go ahead po.
Can I ask the secretary to play my presentation?
It's already shared na po.
I-play nyo yung video yata yan. I-play mo, Mika, yung Mika, yung video. MP4 ata yan. So, PowerPoint pala to. Okay, go ahead, Ma'am Rosana. Nakamute si Ma'am Rosana. Ma'am, nakamute po kayo.
Ayan, just to inform everyone po, si Senator Risa has to leave. So, she has prior commitments po. Pero we're really grateful to have you, Senator Risa. Ingat po palagi at maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Senator Risa. Take care.
If you cannot play the video, can you allow me to share my screen?
Go ahead po.
Magandang Jensen po sa ating lahat. I am Rosana Bernadette Contreras, the Executive Director of the SOC Sergeant Federation of Fishing and Allied Industries Incorporated, and I will be presenting to you an overview of the Philippine commercial fisheries. First and foremost, let us take a look at the performance of this sector. In 2019, volume of production was reported at 931,000 metric tons, accounting for 21% of Philippines' total production, valued at 63.5 billion pesos. SOC Sergeant region tops the ladder of contributing commercial fisheries at 274,000 metric tons, about 30% of the total valued at 23.5 billion pesos, followed by the Zamboanga Peninsula and Caraga. Majority of fisheries export comes from the commercial sector, with tuna topping the list at 24.6 billion pesos. Now estimating the contribution of this sector in terms of livelihood generation. According to the State of World of Fisheries and Aquaculture 2012, an average of 4 jobs are generated in secondary activities by one fisher in capture fisheries. And the average Philippine Statistics Authority household size is at 4.4. With that, and applying the Soxurgen's capture vessel composition at 45%, Philippine commercial sector is estimated to generate a total of 810,250 jobs, both in direct capture and secondary activities, which may include processing, logistics, and trade, among others, and ultimately supporting about 3.5 million household members. This sector also contributes to food security, with the Philippines per capita fish consumption at 40 kilos. The commercial sector provides produce source for an estimated 23.3 million Filipinos. The success of this industry is born of hard work and determination of the fishermen, processors, and traders who have also experienced trials and challenges that up until now they continue to face. The industry has proven its worth time and again. It is all the more highlighted during calamities and at this time of pandemic. With the strike of COVID-19 affecting countries all over the world, the Filipino fishermen have continuously braved the seas to ensure affordable protein source for our Filipino households. One substantial part of world economy, our Philippine economy for this matter, slowed down to almost a halt. The fisheries, especially the commercial sector, has not. Philippines enforced total lockdown that resulted to logistical difficulties in seafood trade, particularly in relation to transportation and border restrictions. Fish and fish products highly dependent on international trade like tuna suffered from the restrictions and closures of the global market, whereas fish and shellfish supply chains were severely impacted by the closure of service sectors. As a result of the decline in demand, prices of fishery products dropped for some time, resulting to abortion of fishing expeditions by fisher folks. The sector, despite these challenges, still managed to register an increase of 13.5% on the second quarter of 2020 during the height of the pandemic, and 5% increase for 2020 compared to previous year. Even on those trying times, the commercial fisheries strengthened its resolve to continue its mandate of ensuring food for Filipinos. The sector is depended upon to provide immediate aid during calamities and pandemic. Sardines, for instance, has been a staple item in relief goods, providing the needed protein source to the calamity and pandemic victims. Noting the challenges faced by other agricultural sector up to this very day, the African swine fever outbreaks claiming 1/3 of Philippines' hog inventory, and the increasing prices of chicken, fish still remains to be the affordable protein source substitute for every Filipino. Philippine fishing operation is not only confined in archipelagic and its exclusive economic zone, which is the area 200 nautical miles from the country's baseline. Tuna fishing in particular operates in areas beyond national jurisdiction and has fleets in the high seas and EEZs of other 8 coastal states in the Pacific Ocean, like Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, Federated States of Micronesia, Marshall Islands, Palau, Tuvalu, Nauru, and Kiribati. To protect the interests of Filipino fishermen and maximize potential fishing access through bilateral agreements, we are needing support from a competent authority who can strongly represent the Philippine fishing industry. In 2020, only 4 out of the top 10 fish-producing countries in the Western and Central Pacific are managed in the bureau level. These are Taiwan, Papua New Guinea, Vietnam, and our dear Philippines. Despite this, we rank 9th as the top fish-producing country in the Western and Central Pacific and ranked 11th globally in the State of World's Fisheries 2020. What more if it is managed, regulated on a departmental level? For over a decade, National Tuna Congress has been passing resolutions requesting for the creation of Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. The Philippines' performance has proven that the industry is highly competitive and responsive to keep a sustainable fishery. Thus, we in the sector are collectively appealing to the government that it is about time for you to see the significance and outgrowing potential of this industry for what it's worth in terms of food security, livelihood generation, export potential, and overall contribution to the economy. The Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources is envisioned to be a government agency that will manage, develop, conserve, and protect all fisheries and aquatic resources of the country, as well as regulate activities that impact on the utilization of said marine resources, contribute to ensuring the country's food security, promote growth in the fisheries industry, and provide sustainable livelihood for Filipino fisher folks, and contribute on mitigating climate change. In conclusion, the commercial sector is fully supporting this initiative on pushing for the creation of the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, and will do prefer to always remain true in our commitment of serving the Filipino people while ensuring and maintaining a sustainable and responsible fishery. Marami pong salamat.
Maraming salamat, Executive Director Rosana. That was again also a very impassioned and a very eloquent way of presenting the state of commercial fishing and, di ba, Erin, how it has contributed so much in terms of food security. Alam naman natin gano'ng importante ang food security. So nagbibigay pa ng food security, nagbibigay pa ng kabuhayan at trabaho, hindi lang sa mga mangingisda at mga collateral or related industries, pati na po it translates into helping or benefiting 3 million households. So malaking bagay po talaga. At Erin, kagaya nga na sinabi ni Executive Director Rosana, sabi niya ay sana considering na despite na hindi to ang industriya is not under a department, pinakita niya na karamihan ng mga bansa na nasa top 10 when it comes to fishing or fishing output per metric tons, karamihan nila ay they are being governed, regulated, supervised, and supported by an department level, hindi lang bureau level. So ito po again, isang malaking argumento na sana'y mapakinggan ng ating mga mambabatas na talagang kailangan na magkaroon tayo ng department to look into this industry, to support this industry, because that only provides food security, but it provides employment. And sa ngayon, alam natin Erin, with this pandemic, kailangan talaga natin to para makarecover tayo ng mabilis.
That's very true po, attorney. Actually, wala na akong madanag kasi yun po talaga ang napakagandang bagay na dapat nating mapulot, no? Especially dapat we are working on a department level, not on a bureau level, para mapalago ang ating fisheries industry. At kung nagawa ito ng commercial fisheries industry, just imagine our ocean industries. Kapag lahat sila ay ganun din ang kanilang performance. Okay, sige, attorney.
Tama po yun. Again, marami po salamat, Rosana. Malaking bagay po yun, yung pinakita nyo sa amin. At alam na po namin lahat na nakikinig ngayon ay hindi nila kakalimutan yung mga mensahe nyo doon at dadalhin natin yan sa Kongreso. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, sa ating mga tagapakinig, pupunta na po tayo sa isang mensahe sa isang kaibigan ko rin at isa sa mga respetadong tao sa Kongreso. Siya po rin po ay naging gobernador. Kaya in terms of public service po ay marami na pong experience itong tatawagin natin na nasunod na tagapagsalita. Siya po din po ang head ngayon ng Northern Luzon Alliance. So it gives me great honor and pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to call on my classmate in the University of the Philippines. Huwag na natin sabihin kung anong taon, hindi na importante yon. Siya po ngayon ay Deputy Speaker ng House of Representatives, the Honorable Deogracias Victor, popularly known as DV Sabeliano.
Good morning po.
Maraming salamat, Attorney Mike Toledo, ang aking idol, kaklase sa UP, at para sa alam ng lahat, sa kanya ako kumukopya noon.
Pero siya ang naging congressman.
Binabati ko rin ang ating senator na si Senator Ria Ontiveros, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, ang ating magaling at kababayan na Secretary ng Department of Agriculture, Secretary William Dar, ang ating mga USEC na nandito ngayon, sa lahat po ng mga nasa harap, sa kalikod ng summit na ito, at lalong-lalo ng aking binabati, ang aking kaibigan, kasangga at kabayan na si Representative Ron Salo, na yung kabayan na party list niya ay talagang nakita ko sa Kongreso na talagang tinitignan yung marginalized sector, especially yung mga fisher folks natin. Binabati ko rin ang aking kapartido na si Representative Malu Acosta and si Representative Leo Cueva. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I would like to take this opportunity to tell this summit that the 48-member strong Northern Luzon Alliance of Legislators in the House of Representatives have collectively formulated the North Luzon Growth Corridor Strategic Plan, which aims to accelerate development in Region 1, CAR, and Region 2 in the next 20 years in a sustainable and inclusive manner. Among its priority is to make the fisheries of the North Luzon Corridor globally competitive and a continuous source of employment for a large portion of its population. Fisheries in the Philippines in 2019 only makes 1.2% of the country's GDP and only around 15% of the country's gross value added in the main sector of agriculture, fishery, and forestry, which seems small considering that the country is archipelagic nation and vast and marine resources. In North Luzon, we produce a total of around 219,000 metric tons of fish with a value of 25 billion, which is only around 5 and 9% of the nation's total respectively. Most of our production in aquaculture, which is 70% of the total, followed by fishing, municipal fishing at 25%, and lastly, commercial fishing at only 5%. Considering that North Luzon is 20% of the country's total land area, this denotes that is underperforming and it still has potentials for future growth. Among the issues that confronts North Luzon's fisheries are the following: low productivity and competitiveness caused by, among others, low access to financing, insufficient infrastructure, and poor marketability. 2, vulnerability to climate change and natural disasters. 3, resource depletion due to overcrowding and pollution. 4, destructive fishing like dynamite fishing and using destructive gears. Overall, at the national level, government support remains insubstantial as the budget share of fisheries in the Department of Agriculture's budget hovers around 10% in the past 2 years, which is way below its contribution to nation's agriculture, fishery, and forestry output. The North Luzon Plan has recommended the following strategies to enhance its fishery sector, promote utilization of modern and sustainable fishing technology, machinery, and equipment, coupled with capacity building activities to teach fisherfolk how to use modern tools best, such as inculcating to fisherfolk that with the use of proper gear and practices can one harvest fish every day compared to destructive fishing. 2, improvement of financial, credit, and marketing assistance to fisherfolks. 3, adopt appropriate production inputs and technology adaptive to the adverse effects of climate change. And 4, rural infrastructure that are disaster and climate change resilient. 5, strict enforcement of fishery laws such as anti-smuggling laws, Philippine Fishery Code, and unregistered aquaculture inputs ban. 6, promotion and development of aquaculture, primarily bangus milkfish industry. And 7, strengthen the linkages between the fisheries and the industry sector to promote product competitiveness and increase economic productivity, such as seagrass and seaweeds, which are inputs to many industrial products. Looking forward, North Luzon's fishery sector to have a successful development strategy needs to focus on improving the skills of its fisherfolks, reducing the cost of doing business related to fishing, and making available the resources that they need to compete and thrive in today's global economy. And creating the DOFAR will be a significant step towards achieving this goal. Thank you and maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat, my classmate. Talaga naman, kagaya nung panahon natin sa UP, pag nagre-recite ka, kompleto talaga. Kaya maraming salamat. That was a very comprehensive presentation of the plans and programs, especially when you mentioned the North Luzon Corridor, which the objective is to accelerate growth. So makikita niyo po na talaga yung plano nila po ay talagang kumpleto. Pati na rin po sa batas, pati sa enforcement of basic laws, pati pagbibigay ng credit, infrastruktura. Kasi at the end of the day, hindi naman pwedeng piecemeal eh. Alam naman natin talaga na kailangan holistic an approach. Kaya maraming salamat Congressman D.V. Sabeliano for sharing that with us. Di ba Erwin, it's good to know na pati doon sa northern part ng ating bansa, talagang meron talagang programa tungkol dyan.
Maraming salamat po.
Alright.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat po ulit, DS Sabeliano.
Baka meron ka pang gustong basahin dyan, Erwin, na bago tayo tumuloy, baka may gusto kang basahin dyan na mga comments ng ating mga tagapakinig. Yung medyo exciting.
Ayun, no? Medyo, since it's still Women's Month, no? Again, greeting everyone po pala na Happy Women's Month sa ating mga kababaihan, lalo na sa ating mga kababaihang mangingisda. Sabi nga po speaking nga po attorney, no? Sabi nga po ni Baby Luz from PKK Negros Oriental, sabi niya sana hindi maiiwanan ang mga kababaihan sa fishery sector dahil hindi gaanong ramdam na kami ay mga mangingisda lalo na sa pagrehistro sa RSBSA. We support the passing of DOFAR. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Baby Luz. No? Napaka on point po at isa rin to sa mga dapat nating mahalagang pag-usapan, attorney. Yan po yung mga share ko lang po na nasa comments.
Maraming salamat, Erwin. Erin, alam mo, magaling ka na host. Baka pwede gusto mo mag-apply sa TV5 o sa Radyo 5. Sabihin mo lang sa akin, ha? Para may Anyway, alam niyo po, isa pong talaga karangalan para sa akin na ako na-imbita upang mag-host. Ngunit alam mo naman, Erin, kailangan kong umalis ng 10:30 dahil meron pa ako isang pupuntahan. Gusto ko pala pong ulit pasalamatan ang ating steering committee. Thank you so much for this honor and privilege. And of course, sa lahat ng ating mga nagsalita, si Congresswoman Acosta Alba, of course, si Honorable Rizal Tiveros, at iba pa mga key speakers, Congressman Saloco, and of course, Congressman Sabeliano. And of course, mamaya-maya, talagang abangan niyo po ito. Magsasalita rin po si Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, isa pong respetadong membro ng Senado, at marami siyang mga reforma sa agrikultura, pati na din po sa judiciary. Bilang kapwa-abogado, respeto ko po siya sa mga maraming programa niya at pagsusuporta sa judiciary. Alam naman natin kung gaano ka-importante din po ang justisya dito sa ating bayan. So with that, Erin, nagpapaalam po muna ako sa lahat. Sana gusto ko pang tapusin ito, ngunit meron pa ako ibang kailangang puntahan. So thank you everyone, and ang aking pong panalangin ay talagang marinig tayo ng ating mga kasamahan sa Kongreso at umabot po ito sa Malacanang at mapirmahan sa lalong madaling panahon. At kung anumang tulong at magagawa ko, I'm just a text or a phone call away. So again, maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Thank you very much.
Attorney, maraming salamat po. It's been a pleasure and honor to be your co-host for today po. Attorney, baka may 10 seconds lang po kayo. Baka gusto po magpa-picture ng ating mga kasama sa Zoom. Pwede po tayong mag-gallery view at sa ating technical director. 10 seconds po na smile and pa-picture po kay Attorney.
Salamat, Attorney Mike.
My pleasure.
Till the next.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Open po ng mga camera, si Sir Ron.
Rio, salamat.
Salamat din po, Attorney. Yusek Nonoy.
Yusek.
Hold for the...
Salamat, Attorney Mike.
Thank you.
Sir Mike.
Salamat po, Attorney Mike. Kailangan naming mga akusado ang tulad niyong abogado.
Yeah.
Inaakusahan mo kami.
Ayan, okay na ba?
Alright.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you ulit.
Ingat po.
Okay. Mukhang kailangan ko muna padaluyin ang ating programa ng mag-isa, pero mamaya ay may mga kasama naman po tayo ulit. So, sa pagpapatuloy ng ating programa, atin pong pakikinggan ang susunod na topic ay tungkol sa snapshot ng ating Philippine aquaculture and its potential to the Philippine economy. Siya po ay current chairperson, Board of Trustees of the Philippine Association of Fish Producers Incorporated. Napakaswerte po natin to have him here. Let's all give him a welcome round of applause, Mr. David B. Villaluz. Good morning po, Mr. David.
Good morning po. Naririnig po ba?
Yes po. Go ahead po.
Sige po. Now, magandang umaga po sa lahat. Ako po si David Villaluz, isang fish pond operator po or a fish pond farmer dito po sa Iloilo. Ang topic ko po ay aquaculture, snapshot of Philippine aquaculture. Sa pagkakaintindi ko po, binibigyan ako ng 5 minuto para magpresenta ng current aquaculture situation dito po sa Pilipinas. Napakalaking problema ko po kung paano ko maiko-compress itong presentation within 5 minutes dahil sa napakaraming mga problema at saka that is besetting the Philippine aquaculture industry. Now, I'll start now. Why aquaculture? Well, our seas are heavily challenged. Please, slide please. Why aquaculture? No? Our seas are heavily challenged with issues resulting in the reduced catch of fish. So ang nangyari po dito, kung wala na pong masyadong nahuhuling isda sa karagatan natin, yung aquaculture ay isang pamamaraan na pwedeng pagkunan ho natin ang ating protina na hindi na kayang ibigay ng ating ang ating karagatan. Ang Food and Agricultural Organization projected that by 2050, 80% of the global requirement of fish will come from aquaculture. And some of our neighboring countries like Vietnam, Thailand, have already achieved 80% aquaculture contribution, wherein production was mainly come from their small and medium fish farmers. Now, the Philippines is targeting a 60% production share coming from aquaculture. Next slide, please. Next slide. The total national fisheries production for 2016 to 2020 from 2017 is on an uptrend. But ang problema nito, ang increase is only 1%. Mukhang hindi magkasya sa pangangailangan ng ating mga tao para mapigyan natin sila ng tamang requirement ng kanilang fish protein. So in 2018 to 2020, the total national production by subsector. Ang municipal fisheries po ay 26%. Ang commercial fisheries ay 20% ang kanilang contribution. Ang aquaculture ngayon po ay 51%. So lumalaki po ang contribution ng aquaculture doon sa ating production. At sa tingin po namin, lalakas pa po ito kung properly managed at saka magkakaroon po ng maraming investment dito po sa aquaculture. Next slide po. Well, the top 5 aquaculture commodities are the seaweeds, milkfish, tilapia, oyster, and tiger prawn. Ang seaweed po ang pinakamalaking contribution, which is 1.47 metric tons. And yung milkfish po yung sumusunod. At yung pangatlo po ay tilapia. Kung manonotice nyo po rin dito, from 2018, 2019 to 2020, ang incremental po lang naman ito, yung increase po ng production is only 1%. Ang medyo lumaki lang po rito ay yung shellfish natin, na umabot ng 1.46 sa oyster, sa 1.46 po sa 2020. So kung titingnan po natin, yung milkfish sa ginawa nating Comprehensive National Fishery Industry Plan, noong 2016, pinroject natin yung milkfish na magkaroon ng annual growth rate of 4%. Pero ang nangyayari lang po is almost 1% lang po. So hindi natin nakukuha po itong target sa maraming dahilan. Alam din po natin yung dahilan na yan. So issues affecting performance of aquaculture. Well, the industry remains fragmented. Kami po nahihirapan na magkaroon ng isang malakas na asosasyon dito po sa aquaculture, no? And most of these are dominated by large private sector players. The opportunity to drive inclusive growth via the mainstream introduction of aquaculture to small and medium fisher folks has not been tapped. So dapat pumunta na rin ho tayo dito sa fisher folk. Yung fisher folk dapat subali na rin dito. I-encourage natin na go into aquaculture during the lean months. Yung medyo maalon, hindi sila makapangisda sa laot, pwede po sila magkaroon ng mga aquacultural projects. Now, ang pangalawa po nito ay ang high cost of production. Masyado pong mataas yung feeds. Malaki, nawawala na rin po kami ng labor, especially po sa brackish water fish ponds. Wala na halos kaming makuhang taong mag-maintain po ng mga ponds. Siguro meron naman po siguro makukuha kung magsisweldo ho tayo ng malaki. Ang problema nga ho hindi po kami makapagpasweldo ng tama. So, ang pangatlo po ay ang electricity. No? Masyadong mataas po ang electricity. Nagbe-benchmark po tayo sa ibang nasyon, katulad halimbawa po ng Vietnam. Ang kanila pong electricity is only 360 or 370 way back in 2017 when we were there. Ang sa atin dito is 10 piso, 11 pesos. Abay, napakataas po. Now, ang lack of access to credit, to the right credit and financing, ini-emphasize po natin dito yung right credit, no? Right credit. Kasi meron po naman tayong available na credit and financing. Ang problema, hindi po tugma o hindi po akma doon sa ginagawa nating project o gagawin nating project. Ang isa pa rin po dito ay yung mga collateral requirements. Masyado pong prohibitive sa mga gustong mag-venture kasi siyempre yung bangko natin medyo kailangan ang kanilang ipapahiram is fully collateralized. So isa din yon. Ang isa pa po ay ang lack of technological investment to develop other commodities that will contribute to the growth of our economy, So katulad po ng mga high value crops natin, no? Hindi po nabibigyan ng masyadong research ng mga research institutions natin at saka mga academe, hindi po nabibigyan masyado ng pansin to. Marami po tayong dapat pag-aralan like yung mga lobsters natin, yung mga lapu-lapu natin, yung isa po, yung eel, no? Medyo mas maganda po yung eel Mas may potential po itong malaki. So ang nangyayari po, hindi nabibigyan po ito ng pansin. Ang mostly kasi nakikita namin nagiging research is more on basic research than applied research. So kung pwede po, i-prioritize natin yung mga applied researches natin para mapakinabangan po natin ng mga farmers at saka ma-implement po natin yung mga bagong teknolohiya na ma-generate po ng mga research institutions. Ang isa po ring dahilan dyan na naka-affecto ay yung poor distribution of logistics system. Thus, distribution remains heavily controlled by the middlemen. Ito po yung isang malaking problema. Yung layers of middleman natin dito, hindi lang siguro dito sa aquaculture, kundi kahit anumang klase sigurong agriculture commodity po dito, ang middleman po sa amin, mga 3 hanggang 4 na layers po ito So ito, just imagine kung magkaroon ka ng 3 to 4 layers of middlemen, sa aming computation, mga 15 pesos minimum yung tutubuin ng bawat layer. So outright, magkakaroon po ng increase ng 45 to 60 pesos na increase sa presyo sa farm gate price. Ang kawawa po dito, yung middleman, hindi middleman, kundi yung producer, the fish farmer itself, at saka yung consumer. Kung pwede po nating mapaliit or mabawasan itong layers of distribution of middlemen natin, malaking bagay po ito para sa industriya. Now, proposals to further grow aquaculture. We would like DA-BFAR to help our coastal LGUs to introduce to them mainstream aquaculture to the fisher folk. They should transfer mature technologies to the fisher folks para ang aquaculture industry ay biglang or lalong lumawak. Now, another one is the public sector support and investment in the commercialization of low-cost feeds. Ito po yung isang malaking malaking cost sa production yung feeds. So kung pwede nating mapababa, lalong maganda. Sa ngayon po, 5 days ago, I was informed by my feed supplier na mag-i-increase na naman sila ng 5% on top ng kanilang regular price na sinisingil. So ang 5% is kung mag 32 pesos ang 32 pesos ang kuha namin sa sa feeds. Ang nangyayari po mag-increase po ng 30 pesos per bag, 25 kilogram bag. Malaki pong bagay po itong mga increases na to. Kung pwede po magkaroon ng government o yung mga research institution natin na mapag-aralan kung paano po mapababa ito at saka magkaroon po ng other sources of protein, fish protein, to supplement or to get para mapababa natin yung mga fish protein na nasangkap ng feeds. Better facilitation with public and private funding agencies and financing institutions to develop and accord tailor fit credit for aquaculture production. And PPP investments to establish, modernize the distribution and logistics systems like trading posts seamlessly connected to the main markets. Now, how the creation of DOFAR will create the growth of aquaculture. Our proposals will require budget. The growth targets of aquaculture in the CNFIDP could not be achieved because of the lack of budgetary and resource support. Now, ang pangalawa po ay the implementation of our strategies will require focus. DA is currently beset with issues affecting many of its commodities, which requires their full attention. DOFAR, when provided with the right budget and resources, can better focus on implementing the strategies to achieve the aquaculture sector's growth targets. And third, the opportunity for aquaculture to contribute to the inclusive growth directions of the government is huge and can best be achieved by DOFAR. Maraming salamat po.
Ayan, maraming salamat po Mr. David Villaluz, again of PAFP. Napakamalaman po ng inyong presentation, especially on the potential of the aquaculture industry and how it's been. Paano pa natin ito, no? Gaya nga ng napag-usapan namin ni Sir Jong on one of our conversations, Sir Joseph Borromeo of PAFP2, na napakalaki ng pwedeng magawa ng aquaculture, especially for sustainable fishing and sustainable para mapa-improve pa yung blue economy natin. So, maraming salamat ulit, Mr. David. Tayo po ay magpo-proceed. Pero bago yan pala, may nakikita akong long list again of shout out at we're really happy that a lot of people are watching right now sa ating FB live streams. So, first is from Sorsogon State College, Magallanes campus naman. And also viewers from Cabuyao City, Laguna, San Pedro, Davao, Mandaue City, Cebu. Uy, nakamiss yung Mandaue. Calatagan, Batangas. Omas, San Policarpio, Eastern Samar. Samahan ng mga mangingisda sa region at lokal ng Region 2. Small fishers from Basay Negros Oriental. San Miguel Pundakit Fisher Folks Organization, Barangay San Miguel, San Antonio, Zambales, CBMP, Mandaue City, Cebu, CFLC Community Organizers, and Calamba City Fisher Folks. Hello po sa inyo at magandang umaga po. Sa pagpapatuloy, tayo naman po ay makikinig sa isang briefer on the fish processing sector. She is the founder for Maida Trade Ventures Incorporated. Kaya wag na po tayong magpatumpik-tumpik pa. Let's welcome Miss Lourdes Tanco. Good morning po.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead po.
Can you please turn on my presentation? Okay. Thank you. Right. 1 second. Right. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Salamat sa pag-imbita sa akin sa importanteng summit na to. At maligayang International Women's Month sa lahat ng mga kababaihan sa sektor ng fisheries. Ako ay si Chingling Tangkot, ako ang Managing Director ng dalawang kumpanya. Itong bilang introduction para sabihin yung dahilan na ba't kailangan makinig kayo sa akin tungkol sa processing sector. No? Next slide please. Una, ang Maida Trade, 35 taon na bumibili ng frozen seafood na may halagang mga $150 million isang taon galing sa Asia bilang representative ng mga malalaking importer sa Amerika at sa Europe. May 4 na opisina kami sa Pilipinas, sa Indonesia 2 at sa Singapore. Pangalawang Maida Food, 24 na taon na food distributor based sa Manila. Ako rin ay ang namumuno ng Fisheries and Aquaculture Board, isa sa mga board na itinayo ni ex-DA Secretary Cito Lorenzo in 2003 para tumulong sa kanya kami yun sa Fisheries. Pinagtanggol namin ang pagpasok ng Vanamay na hipon. Sa ngayon ay bumabalik na sa 60,000 tons isang taon. Medyo contrast kami ng speaker kanina tungkol sa volume ng hipon. Ang sa numbers namin siguro ang tiger mga 1,000 tons na lang or 2,000 tons ang production. Next slide please. The processing ng frozen seafood, itong assessment ko dahil pinag-aralan ko ito mula umpisa kami dun sa pag-introduce ng Vanamay. Ito ang mga planta na pwedeng mag-process ng hipon kasi ito yung mga malalaking planta na pwedeng mag-export. Yung mga blue shaded area dyan ay yung mga sanang may mga malalaking shrimp farms ng Vanamay dahil itong pwedeng i-process, okay? Nakikita din niyo ang mga hinahanap ng buyer dito kaya naka-code yan sa kulay at saka sa mga star. Hinahanap mga individual quick frozen freezer, right? Hindi contact or blast freezer. Makikita ninyo mamaya sa picture. Cooking facility, yung mga pula. EU accreditation, kung sinong pwedeng mag-export sa EU. At sa third-party certification. I-explain ko sa ibang slide. Next slide. Para lang sa magbabangos. Next slide, please. Yan, sorry. Tama, back up, sorry. Dinagdag ko dito sa kulay na berde, back up please, ang mga malalaking planta na nagpo-process ng bangus. Ang nakita namin sa pag-aral ko ng sitwasyon ng processing para sa frozen seafood noong 2010 hanggang 2014 ay ang karamihan ng planta ay luma at ang equipment ay outdated. Maliliit sila, madaming type ng seafood ang pinoprocess at mga 1 to 2 tons per day lang ang mga produksyon. Ikumpara ito sa Indonesia na siguro ang capacity lang mga 10 to 80 tons per day. Okay, so may mga ang tinatawag na competitive advantage at economies of scale. So kung konti lang ang production, medyo kung mag-i-invest ka ng bagong planta which is about $10 million or 500 million pesos, kung konti lang ang production, medyo mahihirapan ka kung 1 to 2 tons a day ka lang. Okay? Yung isa, kulang ang pagkikilala sa mga requirements ng mga merkado. Matagal na tayong main market natin sa hipon ay Japan. So itong mga picture, fast forward tayo sa 2021, meron na ring nag-improve at nakakapag-compete sa mga international markets, pero kulang pa sila sa raw material at kailangan mag-import unless dumami ang local production. Ito yung mga picture, yan ang IQF machine, yung sa katabi niya ang black frozen, yan ang technology ng most plants dito pa rin. Yan ang cooking facility, grading, yan ang mga planta sa Indonesia at sa India. Next slide. Sa mga canneries naman, sa mackerel and tuna canneries, halos pareho ang sitwasyon. Kulang pa rin ang raw material at kailangan din sila mag-import ng isda para lang sa local at export market nila. Sa canning lang ng sardines ay halos katamtaman lang ang isda para sa canneries. Sa mga isda ng tamban, alagaan ninyo ang inyong resources para hindi kailangan mag-import nito kagaya ng galunggong at mackerel. Next slide. Yung sinasabi kong third-party certification kanina, kahit dumami na rin ang planta at nag-modernize, meron pang requirement na ngayon kailangan sundan. Ito ay nagiging requirement especially sa international export markets, pero unti-unting sumusunod na ang mga high-end restaurants and lalo na sa mga malalaking hotel sa Maynila. Sustainability, environmental, and social responsibility, sa Tagalog ito ay either responsibilidad sa kapaligiran at lipunan, responsibilidad sa pangkalikasan at panglipunan, at pananagutan, pangkapagligiran at panaglipunan. Ibig sabihin nito ay sa panangkap ng isda, sustainableng pangingisda. Number 1, gamitin ang tamang size ng lambat na hindi nahuhuli ang mga isda na maliit. Respetuhin ang panahon na kailangan ng isdang makapag-itlog at dumami. Huwag gumamit ng payaw. Maghanda ng mga records para mapatunay saan at kailan nahuli ang isda at hindi ilegal ang paghuli. Sa aquakultura, huwag patayin ang mga mangroves para magtayo ng mga bagong ponds. Huwag itapon ang mga tubig na puno ng dumi at baka masira ang lupa sa paligid or mapollute o makalat ang posibleng virus na gagamitin ng iba. In 2012, sa Thailand, yung pinakamalaking exporter that time or producer, nagka-virus sila, nahati or less than hati yung production nila from 600,000 tons to 190,000 tons. So, yan ang peligroso na problema ng hipon. Huwag gumamit ng mga menor de edad na mga bata para sa trabaho sa ponds. Alamin natin ang mga sakit na pwedeng tamaan ng hipon at bumili ng baby shrimp or shrimp fry na galing lang sa approved hatcheries. Ilan lang ito at marami pa yan at kailangan ma-educate kayo at ang mga anak ninyo tungkol dito sa mga bagong lalabas na requirements para sa fishing at aquakultura. Yan ang responsibilidad ng gobyerno at yung mga NGO para turuan kayo. Finally, ang mga merkado ay humihingi ng pruweba na talagang sumusunod natin itong mga responsibilidad. Ito ay tinatawag na third-party certification. Tao o grupo ito, halimbawa ang SGS or Grupo Veritas na internationally accredited na walang self-interest sa issue na ito. So hindi pwede yung gobyerno o yung exporter or trader na magsasabi, pwede na kayo mag-export, tanggapin ng palengke. Alright? Kung makuha nyo itong klaseng certification ay makakapasok kayo sa mga mas magandang merkado na nakakabigay ng mas mahalagang presyo para sa produkto ninyo. So, ang punto doon ay hindi lang planta ang importante, pero ang mga practices ninyo sa fishing and sa aquaculture. That's it. Thank you. 5 minutes. Yun lang.
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Chingling Tanco. No? Grabe, sinakto nyo po sa 5 minutes. Pero at gaya, I would agree with the comments po sa comment po ni Dr. Jason De Guzman, no, sa chat box natin na it's really very, very informative. At yung pinaka-importante talaga doon siguro, no, for me is yung requirements doon sa process, kasi we really have to practice the eco-friendly, sustainable, and responsible fishing para din maprotektahan natin ang ating marine and aquatic resources. So maraming salamat po ulit, Ma'am Chingling, and I would encourage everyone in the chat box pa to add comments, questions habang andito din si Ms. Tanco, so that she can answer din po if you have further inquiries dun sa mga requirements. Alright, so nakakagutom din, no? Nakikita ko yung tuna and mackerel, isa sa mga paborito kong mga pagkain. Alright, so to move forward sa ating third segment of the program, tayo po ay very honored to have him today. He is the Undersecretary of the Presidential Human Rights Committee. Let's welcome him to give a solidarity message, Honorable Severo S. Catura. Good morning po.
Good morning. Maraming salamat, Erin. Narinig mo po ako?
Yes po. Go ahead po.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, good morning po sa lahat. To the organizers of this summit, especially the steering committee, congratulations po sa napakaganda niyo pong event sa araw na ito. And I'd like to specially mention po ang Kabayan Party List, no, headed by Congressman Ron Salo, who is one of the advocates for the creation of the DOFAR. At siya po talaga ang personally who invited me to be here. No? At nakakatuwa naman na ang fisher folk sector ay isa sa mga marginalized sectors na binibigyang masusing pagtutok sa kanilang karapatan ng Kabayan Party List sa Kongreso. Thank you so much for making me a part of this important gathering and for allowing me to share my thoughts on the issue from a human rights perspective. And to my colleagues in the government and to the sector leaders, movers, and all other stakeholders in the fisheries industry, ikinagagala ko po kayo na makasama ngayong araw na ito. Now, whenever we take a look at issues from a human rights lens, one of the first questions that we ask is, what is at stake here for the poor, the marginalized, and the most vulnerable in society? And when we look at the matter before us now, indeed there is much at stake for the fisheries sector. We are disturbed by the fact that, as what the Philippine Statistics Authority reports, our fisher folk are among the poorest in the country. And government must, as a matter of duty and obligation, address this concern. We have learned from the presentations earlier that our vast waters are sources of livelihood to as many as 2 million fisher folk, whose hard work not only puts food on our tables, thus serving as our people's lifelines, but also contributes significantly to the country's economic growth. But the same presentations also inform us that the current state and management of our natural and finite aquatic and coastal resources, on which these 2 million Filipinos depend on for a living, and for the rest of us for our lives, our sustenance, remains constrained by problems. This is the value that comes with the holding of this summit that aims to discuss the state of the Philippines fisheries sector and to truly understand the need for interventions, one of which is the creation of the DOFAR that will respond to its lingering problems. We recognize the mission of the proponents of and advocates for the DOFAR and similarly view it as necessary to uplift the lives of our fisher folk and to address issues with fish producers and other actors involved in related services. The same will not only benefit the Philippines in terms of poverty reduction and economic growth, driving us forward to the attainment of our sustainable development goals, but will also boost the morale and confidence of our people as they look up to government for responsive governance and responsible leadership. Last year, we were especially reminded of the contributions of the agricultural sector to our food security. We realized that the pressing need to advocate and to ensure that those who provide for us are protected and that they too should enjoy the fruits of their labor. Indeed, even as they form part of the backbone of the state's efforts to ensure that all of its citizens, especially the marginalized, are assured of the right to adequate food, those in the fisheries sector, the fisher folk, who are marginalized themselves, must also be protected of their right to gainful employment, to access to modern fishing technologies, and essentially their right to a higher standard of living that is no less than full and dignified, and to be ushered in through opportunities which the industry can and must provide if managed well. And despite the challenges and limitations under the current pervading pandemic, we can expect no less from the current administration under the leadership of President Duterte to remain motivated, determined, and committed in pursuing this path that will advance the social and economic rights of our people, especially the marginalized and the most vulnerable. We look upon the future with lessons hopefully learned, and as the country aims to build back better, may we move forward in unity and share Secretary William Dar's vision of a food secure and resilient Philippines with prosperous farmers and fisher folks, as reported no less by the World Bank. In solidarity with the Philippines fisheries sector, we support all discussions in aid of legislation that will lead to significant fisheries reforms such as those envisaged under the proposed establishment of the DOFAR and other bills of significance such as those on integrated coastal management, the coastal greenbelt, and Bantay Dagat, among others. And we do so trusting that these are reforms that will further realize the state's duty to promote, protect, and fulfill human rights. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Yusek Nonoy Katura. Napakaganda pong mensahe at we really appreciate the PHRC's support po sa discussion and legislation of the DOFAR bill. All right, sige po. So, another important message po ang ating maririnig ngayong umaga, but it's a video message, but his staff is currently with us. Sir Peter, hello po. He is the principal author of the Senate Bill 32, creating a Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Let us welcome po from the Senate, Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan in his video message.
Magandang araw sa kanilang lahat. Nais kong batiin si Secretary Willie Dar ng Department of Agriculture, ang ating Direktor ng BIFAR, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, si Director Eduardo Gongona, sa ating fellow legislators, officials, and employees, rank and file ng Department of Agriculture at ng BIFAR, sa ating mga kinatawan ng mangingisda, Ka-Upper Alerosa ng NAPSI, Ms. Rosana Bernadette Contreras ng Soc-Sargent Federation of Fishing and Allied Industries. Ladies and gentlemen, magandang araw ulit. I'm very happy to be here to give a solidarity message sa ating National Fisheries Summit. Napakahalaga ng pagpupulong na ito. Ako ay natutuwa at nagpapasalamat na ako'y nakasapi o nasama ninyo dito sa National Fisheries Summit. Congratulations! To the Philippine Legislators Committee on Population and Development sa pag-oorganisa nitong summit na ito. Siyempre, binabati ko rin ang ating mga kasamahan na nasa fisheries sector, ang ating mga mangingisda na nakatutok sa programa natin ngayon. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. Magandang pagkakataon ang programang ito para mapag-usapan ang estado ng ating sektor ng pangisdaan at mga challenges at mga problemang kinakaharap, lalo na ang panawagan para maitulak ang ating panukala na maitatag ang isang Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Bilang principal author ng Senate Bill 32, bilang pangunahang may akda at ng panukalang batas na ito, kasama din natin naghain ng katulad nitong panukalang batas ay Senator Risa Ontiveros at Senator Ralph Recto. Nakasaad sa ating panukala na ang Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources ang magkakaroon ng primary jurisdiction sa management, conservation, development, protection, utilization at disposition ng lahat ng fisheries and aquatic resources sa bansa. Maraming ibang bansa sa mundo, lalo na ang pinakamalalaki, ang kanilang coastlines ay merong Department of Fisheries. Minamandato rin ng Department of Fisheries na ipatupad ang mga relevant provisions ng international treaties and agreements, kasama na ang Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, at ang Convention on Biological Diversity. Basically, sa pangangalaga ng karagatan at tinatayang 1.6 million na taong nakasalalay dito ang buhay at kabuhayan. Sa kasalukuyan, nakabinbin ang ating panukala sa committee level sa Senado. Pero malaking bagay itong pagtitipon na ito dahil dito mas lalakas ang ating panawagan, ang ating boses, mas lalakas ang ating suporta para tuluyan ng maisabatas ang DFAR Bill. Gusto natin magkaroon ng isang kagarawan na tututok at tutugon sa mga pangangailangan at issue ng pangingisda at mga mangingisda. Kung ang agriculture ay sleeping giant, ang fisheries isa ring sleeping giant sa ating bansa. Kung bibigyan ng dagdag na pagtutok at suporta ang matagalang pag-unlad ng sektor ng pangingisdaan at ng ating yamang dagat, napakalaki ang magiging potensyal at pakinabang nito, hindi lamang sa ating mga mangingisda, kundi pati na rin sa ekonomiya ng bansa. We can actually be a aquatic resources superpower, not only in the region, but in the rest of the world. Sa datos ng PSA, pumapangatlo na lang ang fishing and aquaculture sa highest contributor in the agriculture sector na may 13.5% gross value added noong 2019, na sinundan ng agriculture crops 48.9% at livestock 13.9%. Nagpo-produce tayo ng 4.4 million metric tons ng fisheries and aquaculture na nagkakahalagang 281.7 billion pesos. Pero sa kabila ng ating malalawak na karagatang hitik sa yamang dagat, we are after all the center of aquamarine biodiversity in the entire planet. Nananatili pa rin mahihirap ang ating mga mangingisda. Mayroong 26.2% poverty incidence sa sektor ng mangingisda. Pumapangalawa na lamang sa mga magsasaka na may 31.6% poverty incidence base sa datos ng 2018. Kung pinapakinabangan ng 1.6 million nating mga mangingisda ang 281.7 billion pesos na kita ng fisheries at aquaculture, merong mahigit 176,000 pesos ang bawat isang mangingisda. At hindi lang yan, dagdag pasakit pa ang pandemyang kinaharap natin ngayon sa kasalukuyan. Lalong kawawa ang estado ng mga mangingisdang naiipit sa agawan din ng teritoryo sa West Philippine Sea, kung saan ginigipit ng mga Chinese vessels ang mga pumapalaot na mangingisda. Nakakalukot din na sa kabila na ang Pilipinas ay 4/5 na territorial sea, katubigan at karagatan, kakarampot lang ang nakalaang budget para sa BIFAR. Ngayong 2021, 6.9% lamang mula sa kabuuang budget ng Department of Agriculture ang budget ng Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Kahit na paano natin tingnan, if our territory is 4/5 water and 1/5 land, hindi tama na yung budget ng departamento ay 6.9% lang napupunta sa fisheries. Nevertheless, I feel that today is an auspicious day. We are coming into the Holy Week at naalala ko ang kwento ng 5 pirasong tinapay at 2 pirasong isda. Napakain ng libo-libo dahil pinagsaluhan itong kakarampot na pagkain. Nandun ang milagro, sharing. Sa sharing, yayaman din ang ating pangingisda at mga mangingisda. Sharing of knowledge, sharing of information, sharing of the right policy, sharing of resources. Malaki ang mararating ng ating sektor ng pangisdaan kung ito'y mabibigyan ng pagtutok. Naniniwala ako sa potensyal nating maging aquaculture powerhouse at isang hakbang para makamit natin ito ay ang pagtatalaga ng Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Sabi nga, DEFAR is the solution. Medyo corny. At in the meantime, sabi ko nga, what we can do, dahil may mga debate sa pagtatalaga o pagtatatag ng panibagong department sa loob ng ating burokrasya. What can be done immediately is that the President issue an executive order reorganizing the Department of Agriculture, removing the BIFAR from the Department of Agriculture bureaucracy, placing it under the Office of the President, and providing a cabinet rank official to head this office, Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. That way, we will be able to provide cabinet rank leadership in the BIFAR, and therefore mas matututukan. This does not need a law. And this could be the precursor, actually, of the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. A separate office with a separate budget under the Office of the President. We will push for this too, if it will gain support as a temporary initial step towards the realization of the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Magandang araw sa kanilang lahat at maraming salamat. Please stay safe. Alam ko, sa pamamagitan ng ating sama-samang tulungan, uhugot tayo ng tapang at lakas mula sa isa't isa, malalagpasan din natin ang mga pagsubok na hinaharap natin. Thank you at maraming salamat.
Wow, maraming salamat po, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, for that very inspiring message. At napaka-powerful po kasi we hear supports from the executive branch, from PHRC, at kasama po sa Senate, and of course, from the rest of us. Gaya nga ng sinabi ni Senator Kiko, let's work together para mapalakas pa yung ating puwersa as temporary action until we finally see a Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Okay, moving forward po, baka bago po tayo pumunta sa ating pinaka-important na part ng ating program ay mag-relax muna tayo at mag-enjoy at maki-jamming, no? Dahil bibigyan po tayo ng intermission number ng isang napaka-importanteng singer ngayong umaga. Sabi dito siya ay tawag ng tanghalan daily winner, golden microphone holder sa Showtime, at Pilipinas Got Talent Season 3 semi-finalist, at strong Kabayan Party List supporter, and also she's part of the top 20 of Asia's Got Talent daw. So can you guess sino po ba? All right, sige. So let's welcome Miss Lynn Del Rosario. Hello, Miss Lynn?
Hello.
Okay po.
Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Magandang hapon. I see trees so green, red roses too. I see them blue for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, bright as the day, dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying how do you do. There is saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They learn much more than I never know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Thank you so much. Ang susunod ko pong aawitin na ito, kapaligiran ng ako sa ating kaibigan. Wala ka bang napapansin sa iyong mga kapaligiran? Kay di na ng hangin, pati na ang mga ilog natin. Hindi na masamang pagkulat at malayo-layo na rin ang ating narating. Ngunit basta mo ang tubig sa dagat, dati kulay asul, ngayon naging itim. Ang mga dumi nating ikinalat sa hangin, sa langit, huwag na natin paabutin. Upang kung tayo'y pumanaw na sariwang hangin, sa langit natin madidinig. Mayroon lang na pong hinihiling sa aking pagpanaw, sana'y tagulan. Gitara ko ay aking tatagin upang sa ulap na lang tayo magkantahan. kaya silang aakyatin. May mga ilog pa kaya't lalamunan. Bakit di natin pag-isipan ang nangyayari sa ating kapaligiran? Hindi na masama pag-ulan kung hindi nakakasira sa kalikasan. Darating ang panahon, mga ibong ganap ay wala nang tatapuan. Basta ng mga punong dati ay may katan, ngayon namatay dahil sa ating kalokohan. Lahat ng bagay na narito sa lupa, biyayang galing sa Diyos kahit ngunit ay wala pa. Ingatan natin at huwag nang sirain pa, pagkat kanyang binawi tayo mawawala na. Mayroon lang akong hinihiling sa aking pagpanap, sana ay kamulan. Gitara ko ay aking dadalhin upang sa ulan na lang tayo magkantahan. Thank you so much. Ang susunod ko pong awitin ay from this country, Beth Midler. Para po sa inyong lahat, maraming salamat po kaya sa amin sa pagkakita po sa amin. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. From a distance, the world looks blue and green, and the snow-capped mountains high. From a distance, the ocean meets the stream, and the eagle takes in flight. From a distance, there is harmony, and it echoes through the land. It's the voice of peace. It's the voice of every man. From a distance, we all have enough, and no one is in need. There are no bugs, no bombs, and no disease, no hungry lives out to feed. From a distance, we are instruments, marching in the calm air, playing songs of hope, playing songs of peace. They are the songs of every man, and God is watching us. God is watching. God is watching from a distance, you look like love of love. It's the heart of every man. It's the hope of hopes. It's the love of love. This is the song of every man. And God is watching us. God is watching. God is watching us from a distance. Oh, God is watching us. God is watching. God is watching us from a distance. Thank you so much.
Wow. Grabe. Napakaganda po ng performance ni Miss Lynn De Losario. Palakpakan po natin siya ulit. Maraming salamat po no sa pagbigay ng pag-alay ng mga kanta para sa summit na ito. Okay, so nasa pinaka-importanting part na tayo ng program and we would like to apologize lang, no? Medyo lalampas po tayo kasi 11:51 AM na. But we are now on the gist of the summit and ito na po ang oras para ipresenta ang summit resolution and if i-adapt ito. So para tawagin ang magpe-present ng ating summit resolution, manyari pong tawagan natin ang chair ng C-Farm-C, City of San Fernando, Ms. Gavina P. Tumbaga to preside. Good morning. Nakamute po kayo, Ms. Gavina. Okay, mukhang may technical issue lang po tayo. But let's wait po for Ms. Gavina po.
Mute po kayo, ma'am.
Hello.
There you go po. Go ahead po, Ma'am Gavina.
Naririnig na po. Okay.
Okay.
Okay po. Ang trabaho ko po ngayon na naiatas po sa akin ay basahin ang resolution. Resolution urging the Senate and the House of Representatives to pass into law the proposed legislative measures creating the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Whereas the Philippines is the second largest archipelagic country in the world with more than 7,000 islands. The country boasts for more than 26,000 kilometers of coastline, which is considered as the 5th longest in the world. Within its territory is a marine ecosystem consisting of 38,000 hectares of lush mangrove and 810,000 square kilometers of coral reefs that is home to numerous marine species. Whereas, as an archipelagic state, the fisheries industry is naturally a major source of livelihood among Filipinos, providing employment to over 1.9 million fisher folks and other people dependent on the industry. In 2018, it contributed 1.58% at constant prices to the country's gross domestic product It is the second highest contributor in the agricultural sector in the same year with 16.5 gross value added, a major driving force to the country's economic growth, as well as in ensuring food security. Whereas, based on the 2018 PSA report, there was a poverty incidence in the fishery sector of 26.2, which is significantly higher than the national poverty estimates of 16.6%. Thus, our fisher folks remain one of the poorest sectors of society, despite their contribution to the agricultural sector. Whereas, notwithstanding the country's enormous marine resources, there is a continuing decline in the volume of total fish production, averaging to 2.0% annually from 2011 to 2018. This decline is primarily due to the updated and inadequate policies, as well as the government's insufficient budgetary support. Whereas the Department of Agriculture is the agency mandated with the responsibility of promoting agricultural development by providing the policy framework, public investments, and support services needed for domestic and export-oriented business enterprises. Unfortunately, the effort of the Department of Agriculture seemed to have been focused on land-based agriculture to the detriment of the fisheries industry. Whereas in the series of dialogues with municipal and commercial fisheries groups, there exists a demand to improve the policies, programs relating to the subsector. Whereas the challenges faced by the country's fisheries industry call for the creation of the department dedicated for the development, improvement, management, and conservation of the country's fisheries and aquatic resources. Whereas there are currently 14 bills pertaining to the proposed creation of the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources that are being deliberated upon at the House of Representatives, while 3 other similar measures are being tackled before the Senate this 18th Congress. Whereas the DFAR is envisioned to be the government agency that will manage, develop, conserve, and protect all fisheries and aquatic resources of the country, as well as regulate activities that impact on the utilization of said marine resources. Its creation will contribute to ensuring the country's food security, promote growth in the fisheries industry, and provide sustainable livelihood for Filipino fisher folks, as well as contribute in mitigating climate change. Whereas the creation of the FAR will enable the country to harness the huge economic potential offered by the blue economy that is associated with the country's marine ecosystems. In a 2017 joint study conducted by the University of the Philippines, Ateneo de Manila University, and the University of California, Santa Barbara, this blue economy was found to have a value of 75.2 trillion and net annual benefit of 317.33 billion. The value only includes our coral reefs, seagrass beds, continental shelf, mangrove areas, and does not yet account for other sea-based activities. Whereas its creation will optimize management, development, production, utilization, protection of the fisheries and aquatic resources of the country, which will greatly aid the recovery of our country's economy, gravely affected by the pandemic. And whereas this National Fisheries Summit aims to raise awareness on the issues besetting the sector to amalgamate support for the DFAR creation, which is already long overdue. Now, therefore, be it resolved, as it hereby resolved, that this National Fisheries Summit urges the Senate and the House of Representatives to pass into law the measures proposing the creation of the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, which will be the agency mandated to craft on and implement programs for the sustainable development of the fisheries sector to ensure that its contribution to the improvement of the country's economy in general and the improvement of the lives of the fisher folks in particular is realized. Adopted this March 26, 2021 via video conference. Thank you po.
Ayan, maraming salamat po, Ms. Gabina, for presenting the resolution to the body or to the plenary. Sige po. So currently po ay naka-spotlight sa ating lahat ang mga tatanggap ng resolution. Si Deputy Speaker Adeo Gracias Victor Savillano, si Rep. Marvy Marino, si Rep. Cueva. If makakapag-on cam po si Director Gungona ng BIFAR, we would like to request you po to open the camera so that we can spotlight you too. And then si Rep. Ron Salo din po ay naka-spotlight. Si Secdar ay currently not in the Zoom room. Pero supposedly he will have to receive the resolution. So we'll wait for him if he will be able to come back po very soon. But the process, yung mangyayari po ang para sa isang napaka-historic na moment ay ibibigay po ni Ma'am Gabina virtually yung resolution. So parang i-hand over niya po sa screen, and then pansamantala po we will send the official hard copies of the resolution including the list of organizations na nakita niyo po kanina naka-flash sa ating screen. We will send it to their offices po. But for now, if we can grab a temporary paper or if it feels like grabbing a paper po on the screen, let's do it po. Ayan. And then we would like to request our TD to take a picture, and anyone can also take a picture po if they like. So, okay po ba yun, Rep. Marvy and DS? Parang ganito lang po siya, yes. Opo. You can also remove me from the spotlight for now, TD. I'll just remove myself. Ayan. Si Rep. Ron din po, no? Ayan. Okay. Picture time po tayo.
National government officials na nandito po, hinihiling po in behalf of the 1.9 registered fisher folk, ito po ang aming pangarap na maisakatuparan ang DFAR po. Ito po. Salamat po.
All right. Maraming salamat po. And now is the time for us to hear responses from our distinguished guests. So, since wala po si Secdar as of now, let's call on Representative Leo Rafael M. Cueva, Chairperson of the Committee on Committee on Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Sorry. Go ahead po, Rep. Cueva. Nakamute po.
Muted po kayo, Rep. Cueva. Nakamute.
Again, good morning to all. To my fellow advocates in the fisheries sector, thank you for inviting me to accept
Mukha po atang nag-freeze po si Rep Cueva. Okay lang po siguro if... Ayan.
Representative Maria Lourdes Acosta Alba, Representative Marvy Marino, Representative Ron Salo, who is also the chairman on our TWG for the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, together with his co-chairman, Congressman June Gato. To the organizers of this summit, our congratulations and appreciation for your passionate advocacy for the fisheries sector. Ms. Jessica Yu Soto of We Effect Philippines, Kabayan Party List, Panagat, Philippine Association of Fish Producers, and the National Anti-Poverty Commission Basic Sector. The importance of this summit is also underlined by the presence of Secretary William Dar of the Department of Agriculture, Yusek Severo Catura of the Human Rights Commission, Commodore Eduardo Gogona, Director of BIFAR, and the representatives from the artisanal fisher folk, fish producers, commercial fishers, and the academe. Since the passage of the Fisheries Code in 1998, there has been a clamor for the creation of the department that would serve exclusively the needs of the aquaculture and the fisheries sector. The Department of Agriculture has too many sectoral concerns in crops and livestock. Thus, there is a prevailing perception that the fisheries sector has not received the support and attention that it deserves. The vastness of the Philippine Maritime Zone and its rich resources dictate that we should have a marine-based economy. In spite of this reality, it is ironic that we do not have a department whose primary purpose is to concentrate on serving the needs of the aquaculture and fisheries sectors. The creation of the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources shall correct the traditional bias for land-based agriculture. Global warming, climate change, IUU fishing, other concerns as increase in population, and now the COVID pandemic had put pressure on our fisheries resources. The country must have a strong regulatory body to, number one, to adequately guard, conserve, and sustainably manage our aquatic resources. Number two, to oversee, regulate, and encourage emerging systems and industries in fisheries, such as mariculture parks, sea ranching, seaweed parks, etc., that promise more livelihood, opportunities to our people, and investments for the public sector. Number three, to ensure a steady and sustainable food or supply of food to our people. And number four, to adequately represent our country in multilateral and bilateral agreements on fisheries. Presently, the Philippines is a member signatory of at least 5 international agreements on fisheries. During international conferences, Philippine Fisheries is represented by a bureau director, while the other countries are represented by higher level officials. At present, we have 14 bills filed creating a Department of Oceans, Fisheries, and Aquatic Resources. The Committee on Good Government Reorganization and our committee have conducted several committee and technical working group meetings to consolidate these bills into comprehensive measure to create a strong Department of Fisheries. This department shall be a single authority that will deliver a comprehensive and focused approach to fishery management, development, and conservation, and not by and through fragmented programs by different small bodies under the Department of Agriculture and other government agencies. We have a study of these bills and found that in terms of mandate, jurisdictions, power, and functions of the proposed department, all of them are similar. In this endeavor, you have seen that all fisheries sectors and stakeholders are united as one in demanding for the creation of the department. Our past meetings and consultations have shown this consistent and determined advocacy of the municipal, aquaculture, and fisheries sectors, the academe and the scientists, the NGOs, and people's organizations, and even some government agencies for a Department of Fisheries. We have our work cut out for us, but I believe that with our joint collaboration and with your help, we'll be able to craft a final bill that will create the department at the shortest time possible, hopefully before the end of the 18th Congress. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you very much po, Representative Cueva. Next, to give us a response is Deputy Speaker Sabeliano po.
Nakamute
Mukha po
si...
atang wala pa po
wala.
si...
Next.
Background lang po ata. So next po muna natin to give a response to the sa body IC, Representative Vittorio Marvi Marino, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Reorganization in the House of Representatives.
Hi, Erin. Can you hear me?
Yes po. Good morning po.
Hi.
Go ahead, sir.
Maraming salamat. I guess this will be also my closing remarks na rin, para isa na lang. So to the speakers earlier, Secretary William Dar of the Department of Agriculture, Senators Risa Ontiveros, Senators Kiko Pangilinan, and to my colleagues in the House of Representatives, Deputy Speaker D.V. Sabeliano, Congressman Malu Acosta Alba, Congressman Leo Rafael Cueva, and of course, Congressman Ron Salo, retired Commodore Eduardo Gongona of BFAR, resource persons earlier, Ms. Jessica Soto, Mr. Ruperto Alerosa, Ms. Bernadette Rosana, Bernadette Contreras, Mr. David Villaluz, Ms. Lourdes Tanco, and all the organizers, of course, headed by Mr. Romeo Longueto of PLC PD. Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. In today's National Fisheries Summit, it has been very fruitful and engaging for all the stakeholders, both from government and the private sector. For in the entire morning, we have walked through some of the important facets of the fisheries sector, from an overview of potentials of the blue economy and the Philippine aquaculture, the real situation of the fishery industry in the country, both small scale and commercial fishing, including the challenges and problems besetting this sector. As a chairman of the Committee on Government Reorganization in the House of Representatives, together with the chairman Leo Rafael Cueva of the Committee on Agriculture and Fisheries, and the rest of its members, I take the lead in deliberating the various bills creating a department for the fisheries sector. Primordial consideration is to address the current fragmented institutional government arrangements in the regulation, promotion, and conservation of fisheries and aquatic resources of the country. Harmonization of the functions and different government agencies into a single focal agency like the department is a common legislative intent of the pending measures. A joint committee is cognizant of the vast potentials of the fisheries sector and its derivative industry in contributing to the GDP of the country, considering that the Philippines is an archipelagic and it is rich in fisheries and aquatic resources. So kami po sa Kongreso, pending po ngayon ay before the joint committee ay 10 bills or more. And it is already in the technical working group, of course, headed by Congressman Ron Salo and Congressman Siriaco Bigato Jr. Rest assured that the joint committee will exercise its mandate and use its collective wisdom in deliberating these legislative initiatives to create the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Clear po yung message natin ngayon, and it's very inspiring as I was listening to all the facts and the clamor of all the stakeholders. So sa lahat po ng mga stakeholders ngayong umaga, wag po kayo mag-alala, naririnig po namin ang inyong panawagan at kami po, ako po bilang chairman ng Committee on Government Organization ay magtatrabaho kahit po ngayong panahon ng Holy Week upang maipasa sa lalong madaling panahon at ma-create ang departamentong ito. So congratulations po sa lahat ng organizers ng summit na ito, and I'd like to express my appreciation for the opportunity also afforded to me. Maraming salamat po sa pag-imbita ninyo sa akin, at gagawin po namin ang lahat para po maipasa sa lalong madaling panahon ang bill na ito. So maraming salamat po muli, and congratulations po sa organizers. Thank you.
Ayan, maraming salamat po, Rep. Marvin. Napakagandang news po, no? Kahit Holy Week po ay pagtatrabahuan po ng ating mahal na representative ang DOFAR bill. So we're really looking forward to that. Next po ay bibigyan po natin ng time si Director Gongona of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Let's call on Commodore Eduardo B. Gongona po.
Hello, good morning po sa lahat, sa organizer po na ito at sa ating mga kongresista. Good morning po sa lahat, Sir Kong, mga honorable po natin. Nakikita niyo po ako sa video. I cannot open my video here because they said that the organizer closed it. Can you open the video? If not, hello?
For right now po, yan, kaka-open lang po, direct. Ayan na po.
Hindi po trabaho ng BIFAR na this is an open, this is a welcome development kung mangyayari po, because sinabi ko naman doon before na mas maganda na kung meron talagang isang department o ahensya na para sa pangangalaga ng ating karagatan at aquatic resources. But right now, kailangan hindi po dapat manggaling po sa BIFAR ang nagpapasalamat kami kasi na-organize po itong National Fisheries Summit na ito na isinulong po ng private sector at ng kayo po lahat, and we are very glad that we are not involved really in this undertaking, parang mas maganda kasi na yung nag-iisip para sa future ng isang department o ng isang ahensya ay galing sa out of the box, gaya ng nangyayari po sa Inglaterra, sa Great Britain. Ang sinasabi, pag pinaplano nila ang future ng isang departamento like the armed forces nila, they know already what will happen sa armed forces nila 25 years after, but the planners were outside of the box, hindi yung ahensya mismo. Kaya nagpapasalamat ako po na merong ganitong undertaking na hindi galing po sa amin. And to the Department of Agriculture, meron kasing programa ngayon si Secretary Dar, 1DA, na ang inaatupag po muna ngayon ay yung problema sa pandemic. Kaya ito ay meron siyang libro dati na na sumasang-ayon o nagsusuporta sa creation ng Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. But for now, because meron tayong maraming mga problema, lalo yung pandemic, tinututukan po muna ngayon ang kung sa ang food production, and in the fisheries sector, we are seeing to it that there is fish available, affordable, and accessible, and nutritious. And kaya ngayon ay kung ako ang tatanungin, personally, I like it personally, pero pag ngayon baka maybe the legislator and the private sectors will know kung panahon na po, pero sa amin tutukan po muna namin ang pagkain dahil lalo ngayon na meron sa pandemya. But I am with the idea na dapat talaga magkaroon na tayo ng isang departamento na mangangalaga ng ating ocean, ng pangangalaga sa pangisdaan. Kasi comparing us to the other countries, parang naiiwan na po tayo. Sila nandun na. I've been for my 4.5 years of being the director of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, nakita ko na po lahat yung kakulangan. Palagi nga kami nag-uusap ni Congressman Cueva. Lately, I was able to talk to him last the other week doon sa Bacolod, nang nagpunta po ako doon, and we talk about the future of fisheries, and napansin ko na-assess ko na sa pagsasalita niya, kailangan na talagang merong a separate department for BIFAR, for the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, to be upgraded. But right now, sinusuportahan ko po ang programa ni Secretary Dar na tutukan muna ang kailangan natin na pagkain, at sa Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, yung kailangang isda para palagi tayong merong protina na galing sa isda na kailangan po natin, lalo na ngayon ng pandemya. With that, thank you very much, and I admit this is a good development. Pero kayo na po sa legislator, ang makakapaggawa po nun, hindi po kami. Thank you very much, and good morning po sa lahat.
Alright. Maraming salamat po, Director Gongona. Okay, sige. Balikan po natin si DS Savillano, if he's already around. DS, are you back na po?
Wala
Mukhang
pa yata.
nawala po ulit si D.
Okay.
Sige, so baka meron lang po tayong napakaikling mensahe po. Galing po sa kay Representative Ron Salo.
Maraming salamat, Irene. Maraming salamat po sa lahat po ng mga chairpersons po natin, Chairman Cueva, Chairman Marino. At the same time, nagpapasalamat po tayo kay Executive Director General Gongona sa kanyang pagsabi na sinusuportan po niya yung ideya na pag-create po ng DUFAR. And of course, ayon po sa kanya, iniiwan po niya ito sa legislatura sapagkat ito'y pagkilala sa separate na sangay po ng ang ating pamahalaan, ang pag-legislate po ng departamentong ito. But nonetheless, definitely the statement that she supports idea is sufficient enough for Congress, for us to really move forward to this particular proposal to create the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Sa ganang atin po, kaming dalawa po ni Congressman Jun Gatto, I understand nandito rin po sila. Papasalamat po kami sapagkat kami yung parehong inatasan na chairperson na maging technical working group chair nung pag-create po ng departamentong ito, ay umpisan po muli natin ang pagtasa po nito, pagbalik po natin sa Kongreso in as much as we're on a recess now. So maraming salamat po. Alam po natin na ito yung magiging ang output po ng summit po nito, particularly the resolution that urges both houses, the Senate and the House of Representatives, to pass this particular measure is heard by your representatives here. And it's so clear, the message is so clear, and definitely we will act accordingly. Thank you very much, Irene, and thank you very much to all the participants.
All right, maraming salamat po ulit, Kong Ron. Ayan, DS Avellano is back na po. The floor is yours po.
Yeah, maraming salamat, Irene. Ako'y nagpapasalamat at naimbita ko sa summit na to dahil una-una, marami na naman kaming natutunan. Pangalawa, na sabi namin yung tikain namin para sa North Luzon. And yung mga presenters po natin, asahan nyo na yung mga recommendations nyo para mapaganda natin ang fisheries development ng ating bansa, ay magtulong-tulong kaming lahat ng mga membros ng mga kongresista na nandito ngayon dahil alam naman namin na talagang malaking portion ng population natin ay mga fisher folks na kung nandun sa mahirap na buhay na ito'y kailangan nating pagtugunan ng pansin para matulungan natin sila. So, asahan niyo po na kami mga 48 members of the Northern Luzon Alliance, kami kasama niyo nasusulong sa mga rekomendasyon na nandito, lalong-lalo na yung mabilis na pag-aproba ng Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture Resources. Maraming salamat po sa oportunidad na bigay niyo sa amin.
Ayan, maraming salamat po ulit, DS Avellano. Okay. Kompleto, jump pack na po tayo. Pero napapansin ko na po no, na napaka-init na ng mga tanong sa ating comment section. And again, the summit resolution will be sent to your offices po right after the summit. Okay, sige po. So we'll go to the open forum na kasi 12:30 na. And to preside the Q&A session, let's call on my fellow Advocacy and Partnerships Officer, Luisa Galicia.
Hello everyone, magandang tanghali. Thank you very much sa introduction and for the wonderful hosting together with Attorney Mike Toledo of this important summit. And of course, thank you very much po sa ating mga distinguished speakers from the NGA's Congress and from the executive and syempre yung mga fisher folk and event students na kasama natin dito ngayon sa room at nakatutok din sa live streaming. Sabi nga ni Erin, madami ng comments and questions from the chat box and even in the Facebook live streaming comment section during the first parts and hanggang kanina ng ating summit. Kaya naman ngayon, we are officially opening the open forum and of course, our if there are representatives from the media, you can also raise your questions here. Pero before that, I would like to introduce or ipakilala muli ang ating mga panelists for this portion. Si Representative Ron Salo, Kabayan from the Kabayan Party List. Mr. David Villaluz, Chairperson, Board of Trustees of Philippine Association of Fish Producers. And si Kauper, Mr. Roberto Aleroza, Vice Chairperson, NAPSI for the Basic Sector, and Chairperson of the Pambansang Katipunan ng mga Samahan sa Kanayunan. Hello po sa ating mga panelists. Yan.
Good morning, Luisa.
Yes, good morning po and magandang tanghali. Ayan. Sige, we're officially opening the open forum. Kaya po sa mga participants natin, all more than 200 na participants na nasa room pa din and stayed with us, kindly send your questions so our panelists can entertain those questions. Pero while we are waiting for those, i-raise ko muna yung ilan sa mga question no, na ni-raise na po earlier. So isa po rito ay isa pong question ay President Rodrigo Duterte made as one of his campaign promises the establishment of Department of Fisheries. Why do you think the President has yet to declare it as an urgent bill? Right. Anyone po from our panelists can answer the question po.
Siguro.
Sige po, sir. Ikaw muna.
Sige po. Rep. Salo, kayo po muna.
I cannot second guess the president as of the moment, but I suppose siguro naapektuhan din ng pandemya dahil nga nagkaroon po tayo nitong pinagdadaanan po ng ating bansa na COVID-19 at lalo pong tumatas po ngayon. I suppose yung attention.
Pero pag wala namang sasakyan, yung hindi ganitong service, ay isang prito lang.
Pa-mute na lang po ng mga participants. Okay.
Yes, I suppose, yes. Ay yung mga leaders natin, particularly ang ating presidente, maaaring hatidin definitely yung attention po nila. At the same time, ito yung resources po natin, yung atensyon at panahon ay nakatutok po dito sa pag-address po natin dito sa pagtaas po ng COVID infections. I suppose isa yon sa naging dahilan kung bakit hindi pa ito nabibigyan talaga at natututukan.
Thank you po, Representative Salo. Ka-Oper?
Yes, ako naman mataas pa rin ang aking paniniwala na bibigyan ito ng prioridad ng presidente. Bakit? Kasi sinasabi naman niya sa mga previous ng announcement, sinasabi niya he has the moral responsibility to provide for food for the people. So ang sinasabi natin sa mga pag-aaral at sa kasalukuyang mga karanasan natin, ang pangisdaan ay isa sa source ng pagkain. So with that note, I think the President will prioritize these legislative measures into an urgent bill. No? Pangalawa, para sa kaalaman ng lahat, si Presidente Duterte ngayon ang chairperson ng National Anti-Poverty Commission. Ang NAPSI, ang pangunahin niyang layunin is to uplift the living condition of the poor. So naniniwala ako na itong Department of Fisheries, pinaniniwalaan din ni Presidente Duterte na makakatulong para ma-achieve yung kanyang layunin na matulungan ang ating mga mahihirap. So we are very optimistic na siya ay magbibigyan niya ito ng prioridad.
At the same time, siguro dagdag ko rin, Ms. Luisa, I suppose itong nangyari ngayon na summit po natin, National Summit, where we gathered all the inputs ng lahat po ng mga stakeholders natin halos at lahat po ng mga binabanggit po natin na 1.9 million fisher folks who are represented this particular summit will bring a very good signal. And I suppose kapag makarating po yung resolution po natin, yung kopya, of course, sa both houses of Congress at the same time with the President, baka magiging impetus po ito para mas mapabilis po itong pagsulong po natin nitong departamentong ito.
Alright. Thank you very much po, Rep. Salo and Ka-Oper for answering the first question from our participant. Before we move to the next question po, meron po tayong additional panelist, si Representative Cueva po and si Representative Marino po. Alright. So we have more who will answer the questions from our participants.
Luisa, sama din natin si si Sir Jong, Sir Joseph Borromeo of PAPI can also answer questions especially related to aquaculture. Ayun lang.
Yes, please. Kindly spotlight na lang ang ating mga panelists. Ayan. So before we proceed to the next question, please yung mga kasama pa po natin sa room and even those from the FB live streaming, gamitin po natin ang ating chat box and comment section para ipadala ang ating mga question. Ayan. So para po sa ating next question sa ating panelists. Ayan. What will be the impact of a separate department in the plight of municipal fisher folk in the country? Ito yung po yung question number 2. Anyone po?
Kung wala ako, pwede akong magbigay ng aking
Sige po,
sagot, no? Una, sa kasalukuyan, di ba, ang tanging nagbibigay ng tulong, suporta sa pamamahala ng ating mga ng pangisda, particular sa municipal fisheries, ay yung isang bureau na sinasabi naman natin sa usapin ng budget ay kulang na kulang siya. So kung magkaroon ng separate Department of Fisheries, mabibiyayaan din yung ating mga municipal na katubigan. Ang ating mga municipal LGU, of course, mabibigyan ng karagdagang mga programa na may kaakibat na pondo. So pag nangyari yon, malaking tulong na maibibigay ng mga LGU sa ating mga maliliit na mga isda in terms of mga additional livelihood projects at of course yung support doon sa ginagawa na namin pamamahala at pagpoprotekta sa ating pangisdaan. Alam naman natin, no, ngayon may mga bantay dagat pero volunteer, walang budget na inilalaan para sa kanila. Ngayon, kung merong separate department at sinasabi natin magkakaroon ng sapat na pondo ito para tugunan ang lahat ng pangailangan, and that may magkakaroon ng malaking impact sa ating municipal na katubigan.
Alright, thank you very much po, Ka-Oper, for the answer. Si Representative Cueva po pala ay need to leave kasi meron pa po siyang kailangang i-catch na flight. So, ang panelist po right now ay si Representative Salo, si Ka-Oper po, and si Mr. Borromeo po, Joseph Martin Borromeo. Alright. Ang next question po natin ay galing po sa ating chat box. Ano daw po ang posisyon ng Cabinet Economic Cluster on this?
Siguro, I don't have personal knowledge doon sa specific na stand ng Cabinet Cluster. Pero, nung sa mga pagdinig po natin, naimbitahan po natin ng NEDA and I think the Department of Finance also. And positibo po. And they actually, yung NEDA po actually presented a lot of data supporting the creation of this particular department. And they believe na talagang mapapalago po at mapapatas po ekonomiya po natin kung makaharness natin yung potential that is offered by what we call the blue economy. As well as magiging daan din po ito para mapatas ang antas ng pamumuhay ng mga related po sa fisher fox and the other related industry po nito.
Alright.
Siguro, may suggest, okay lang po ba nating tawagin din po si Congressman Sariaco Jungato to join us in the panel?
Alright. Hello po. Ayan.
Yes, I'm here. Ma'am Erin, Ma'am Luisa.
Gandang tanghali po. May additional po kayo doon sa earlier po na input or answer ni Representative Salo po regarding the question?
I will not add any more further at this point, Ma'am Luisa.
All right. Thank you po. Ito po yung isang question naman mula ulit sa ating participant sa loob. May I also ask if ever, though FAR was already enacted and established, will ensure more plantilla positions or jobs for eligible people, fisheries, non-fisheries, technical, admin, etc. Will they also hire licensed teachers for a particular position? This is a question po from Armando Joven. Anyone po from our panel?
If I may,
yes,
Ma'am Lisa, I understand that the BIFAR at this point has, I think, has 6,000 employees and 4,000 of them are on a casual or job order basis. So if ever there will be a creation of the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, and I fully am behind this movement, then there will be an increase in budget and definitely there corresponding increase in hiring of permanent positions. And as to hiring of teacher Bachelor of Science education graduates, then of course that will depend on the position that they're applying into. If they're qualified, then I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be hired.
All right. Thank you very much po, Representative Cato. Any additional answer po doon sa tanong?
I suppose, Lisa, that's a necessary implication once we create a department. So, syempre, sasabit po nila ito sa DBM, yung pagka-create po ng bagong organization structure that is befitting a department. Tama po at sinususugan ko po yung sinabi po ni Congressman John Gatto kanina. Syempre, depende po ngayon kung ano po yung nakasaad po doon, ano po yung mga requirements na kakailanganin po ng ahensya pong ito o departamentong ito. Then, nakasaad din po doon yung qualifications. So kung yung mga mag-a-apply ay kwalipikado po sila, then there's definitely no reason bakit hindi po sila tanggapin.
Alright. Thank you very much po for the additional answer and input po dun sa question. Mr. Roberto Bailosis is raising his hand. If you can't access your audio po, please send the question via the chat box.
Hello?
Alright. Okay po.
Hello? Narinig po ba ako?
Yes po.
Okay. Thank you. Nagpadala na ako ng message. Aywan ko kung nabasa nyo. Pasensya na kasi hindi tayo expert sa mga ganito. Kaya I have to raise my hand because I'm concerned what has transpired actually. Kasi na-notice natin, Secretary Dar did not openly declare his support for the creation of DUFAR. Instead, he mentions of close fishing, budget constraints, and so on. And he said that hopefully the objective will be achieved. What objective is that? The close fishing, the budget constraints? It's not very clear. And if you mention of close fishing, kami dito sa Zamboanga, kami po yung nanguna sa close fishing at naging guidance na ito lang lahat ng major fishing grounds na nag-close fishing na rin. Ano ang implication nito? Napi natin ang isda. Naparami ang isda to the point that even the municipal fishers should also avail of it. But the problem, maliliit ang bangka nila, hindi sila makahuli ng enough volume to really sustain their livelihood. So there is a need to really review the policy on the sizes of boats. And consider the Filipinos, one fishers, wag na yung dalawang klaseng fisherman pa. Kasi if we can determine what kind of species they are catching, that should be the determination of dividing the fishers by way of the fishing gears, not by way of the classification that these are municipal and commercial. Kami po, hindi po yun hadlang sa amin yung mag-conserve ng resources because we have been practicing that. And ang importante talaga dito, scientific research continued. Lalo na doon sa may mga close fishing na nagumaya na sa atin, malaman natin kung ano talagang laman ng mga nandoon na apektado sa close fishing para ma-determine natin kung ilan din yung pwede nating bigyan ng fishing gears para mahuli yung ganong klaseng isda na nandoon sa mga lugar na nag-close fishing. Science review. 1998 pa po kasi hanggang ngayon wala talagang mandatory review na nangyayari. Dapat mayroon na tayong na review base doon sa sana mga research and studies. Pero wala eh. So it's very unfortunate that until now wala talaga. And ano lang dahil ako po 59 years na ako sa industry as having been municipal fishers up to the commercial, lahat halos napasukan ko po. Ito yung observation natin. Lagi na lang tayo nag-uumpisa. Laging umpisa sa resolution, Mawawala lang. Si NFIDP, bigyan ko kayo ng isang halimbawa. 8 weeks yung ginawa ng 800 katao. Kasal po ako doon. Nag-isip lang po. Walang nangyari. Yun ang problema eh. Puro lang tayo plano. Hindi nangyayari. So ito lang. Dapat yung science review should always be done. Hindi lang ngayon, bukas, forever dapat gawin para malaman natin kung ano talaga ang resources natin. Nag-improve ba tayo o hindi? Yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much po for the question and for raising important points po no related to the question. So this will be the last question po no before we hear from our panelists. This will be the last question that we will be entertaining for the open forum because we need to close the forum at 12:50. So before that, rest assured po na yung mga comments nyo and questions nyo are recorded para po we can use it for the future activities related to this summit. So answers po from our panelists.
I don't know whether can I answer, please?
Yes, po, please.
I don't know whether Mr. Berlosis has asked a question. I think he has made a comment. But he has a very relevant comment in terms of the closed season. And the closed season has become a policy among many other seas. And it's one of the things that has brought back the diversity of the sea. So that's kudos to those who started it. And kudos to those who are now maintaining and ensuring that the closed season is enforced. Sinasabi lang, I just like to respond to a point na sinabi ni Mr. Berlosis, meaning one fisher folk. No? So dapat may magkaisa na, no more commercial, no more municipal fisher folk, etc. It's a good thing to do, but I think there are issues that must be resolved because that has been an issue time immemorial right now. So, but I think the concept of big brother, small brother may be a good start in making it happen. So probably the policymakers and in the implementers coming from BFAR can probably ensure that this is implemented much better. So I just on the point lang of aquaculture, which was said by Dave, aquaculture is, to my point, and aquaculture currently in the Philippines is underrated. Why am I saying it is underrated? Because our neighboring countries, Thailand, for example, Indonesia, for example, Vietnam, for example, are really these are our neighbors, and we have bigger seas or bigger coastlines compared to these countries. Yet they are one of the top fish producers in the world. The last data that I have, we were part of the top 10, but currently we haven't kicked out of the top 10, and those fish producers are. So what is driving their fish production? It is aquaculture. Just like us, they have also fisher folk, but their fisher folk are actually quite rich. And that is unlike us. For the longest time, we have been saying, and it has become a byword. The poorest of the poor come from the fisher folk and the farmers. Byword. For so many time, bakit hindi natin na-address? I would like to have my hats off to what DA is doing in terms of strategies in trying to address poverty. But maybe we also have to open up our minds, look outside of the box, and see whether tama ba yun. Because at the end of the day, it's how you implement those strategies. And the implementation of the strategies will require resources. It will require budgets. Sinabi ni Secretary Dahil kanina na ang budget ng BFAR is 4.9 billion. It was actually cut from last year's budget of about 60. Is that enough to enforce or implement the strategies that DA BFAR wants to? I think that's the big question that has to be answered as well. So yun lang, aquaculture is underrated. It can be a big contributor to driving inclusive growth. And once inclusive growth happens in the LGUs, in the coastal communities, that will lower down the poverty incidence rate. So baka that is one of the solutions that we are looking for. Using or helping or using aquaculture uh, to augment the livelihood of subsistence farming or fishery, subsistence fishing. Sabay-sabay, hindi magkahiwalay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much po, Sir Joseph, for the answering the question po, no? Any additional answer po from the rest of the panelists?
Ma'am?
Yes po, Ka.
May I?
Yes po.
Yes, quick reaction lang do sa sinabi ni Mr. Bailoses. Yes, lahat tayo pinakinggan ang sinabi ni Secretary Dar, no? At wala tayong narinig na katulad ng sinabi ng iba na he's supporting the creation of DUPAR, no? But nevertheless, hindi naman niya sinabing ayaw. But para sa akin, ang pinaka-importante ay yung meron tayong mga committed na mga lawmakers. Sila naman ang gagawa ng batas, hindi yung sino bang cabinet secretary. Sila ang gagawa ng batas, so kung sila ay makagawa ng batas na yon, then the secretary or whoever will follow the law that will be created by our committed lawmakers. So yun lang, salamat.
Thank you po for sharing your reaction po, Ka Opera. Rep Salo, meron pang
wala na siguro, Luisa, in as much as in the interest of time.
Alright, sige po. Thank you very much po sa ating panelist. I think umalis na din po si Representative Gato. Ay, hello po, Rep Gato. May additional po kayo from the previous question?
Wala na po. Wala na po. Manifest ko lang ang aking...
Na-mute po kayo, Representative. Sorry. Wait lang.
Wala pong audio, Rep. Wala pong...
Nawala po yung audio po.
Naka-mute po kayo.
Ayun.
Just want to manifest that the Committee on Fisheries under the chairmanship of Congress Chairman Leo Cueva and the committee organization under chairmanship Chair Marino and my co-chair in the technical working group on the creation of the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Chair working hard to make sure that this department will finally push through. Napapanahon na at matagal na itong overdue. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you very much po for that, Representative Gato. And for the rest of our panelists who gave their answers, insights, and inputs for the questions sent by our participants. Katulad po na sinabi ko kanina, we're gonna need to close the forum na po. But lahat po ng inyong comments at mga answers ay recorded po so that we can entertain them and discuss further po yung mga important points na ni-raise ninyo all throughout the summit. So ibabalik ko na po ang floor, ang virtual floor kay Erin, and thank you for having me as to facilitate the forum. Thank you very much po. Ganun tanghali.
Maraming salamat din, Luisa. Maraming salamat din, Erin, sa pagsama mo sa amin bilang panelist po ng ating talakayan ngayon.
Ayan, maraming salamat po, Kong Ron. At maraming salamat, Mars, Luisa, sa pag-accept the challenge. Charing crossover. Ayan, sige. Maraming salamat sa ating mga participants na nagstay, no? Bagamat sumobra tayo ng 1 oras halos, ay nandito pa rin kayo to hear out and participate. At napakaganda po ng mga inputs and discussions. I think that we have made history today because with over 200 people here in Zoom, plus over 100 people in our Facebook live stream ay nag-gather po tayo at pinag-usapan ang mga issue ng ating pangisdaan at pag-usapan kung paano natin gugustuhin yung future ng ating mga ocean industries, particularly our fisheries and aquatic resources. So para po and also I would like to to stress out na napakaganda din ng mga inputs ng ating mga mangingisda. Muli pagpupugay po sa inyo. I think above all of us here, ang ating pong mga mangingisda ang mga pinakadapat natin pakinggan. Ayan, sige po. So, para sa tuluyang pagtatapos ng ating programa, let us call on our convener of the steering committee that have made this summit possible. Let us call on our Executive Director of the Philippine Legislators Committee on Population and Development, Mr. Romeo C. Dongueto.
Thank you, Erin. Hello?
Yes po, sir. Naririnig po.
Okay. I think we have come to a crossroad to make that crucial and transformative action to finally resolve the problems of our fisheries and aquatic resources. Indeed, today's summit brings hope, lalo na po para sa libu-libong mga mangingisda na ngayon lalo pang naghihirap dahil sa pandemya. Our sight is clear. Now we have a common agenda to work as one, and that is to establish, through the Act of Congress, a dedicated government agency that will prioritize the development, management, protection, utilization, and conservation of the country's fisheries and aquatic resources. Maliwanag po ang mensahe ng ating summit. Kailangan ng mas epektibong sistema at struktura ng pamamahala to reverse the downward trajectory and lingering problems facing the fishery sector. The National Fisheries Summit 2021 has successfully laid down the basis and the urgency for Congress to decisively act on the bills establishing the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. In closing, I would like to thank our speakers and participants in this summit mula Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, mga organisasyon ng mga mangingisda, private sector, members of Congress, our senators, Senator Riza Ontiveros and Senator Kiko Pangilinan, our representatives, Representative Malu Acosta Alba, Representative Ron Salo, Congressman Saveliano, Congressman Marino, Congressman Cueva, and Congressman Gato, Secretary William Dar, Yusek Katura, Executive Agencies, the technical team, at nagpadaloy ng ating programa sa lahat po ng kasapi ng National Fisheries Summit Steering and Organizing Committee, Repsalo, Kauper, Ms. Jessica Soto of We Effect Philippines. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Ipagpatuloy po natin ang pagkakaisa at sama-samang pagkilos para sa mas maunlad na pangisdaan at sambayan ng Pilipino. Maraming pong salamat.
Ayan, maraming salamat po ulit, Sir Rom. Okay, sige. So, late na po tayo for lunch, but sana po ay masarap po ang inyong lunch at hashtag #FishBeWithYou po sa mga maisdaang ulam. Lagi po natin tatandaan at pasalamatan ng ating mga mangingisda. Okay, sige. So, kung gusto nyo pong baka pwede nating i-request si Mika saglit lang na i-gallery view tayong lahat at magbabay sa Facebook at konting pa-picture po to ensure na meron po tayong memorabilia sa ating special event for today. Ayan. Paalam po tayo sa ating mga Facebook viewers at kung may and for further inquiries at kung may gusto nyo pa pong hindi po dito nagtatapos ang ating initiative for the summit. Marami pa po tayong gagawing trabaho at pakikibaka para sa pagpapasa nito. So just message our Facebook page, We Effect Philippines or Kabayan Party List sa Facebook pages as well. Maraming salamat po to the steering committee, sa ating distinguished guests. Sir Rio, baka may gusto po kayong mga pasalamatan. Ayan, maraming salamat to the PLC.
Nagpapasalamat sa inyo, Erin. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa PLCPD on behalf of Kabayan Party List sa lahat po ng mga sumuporta po sa atin. Sa lahat po ng mga kasama po natin sa dikang ito na itatag ang Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Tamang-tama po yung sinabi po ni Senator Pangilinan kanina, the FAR is the solution. So isda po. So salamat din po tayo sa BIFAR kay Yusek Ngona na nandito po at narinig po natin ang kanyang tinig kanina. And syempre sa DA din, papasalamat po tayo. Pati sa executive, kasama po si Undersecretary Katura at kay Attorney Mike Toledo po kanina and kay Deputy Speaker Saviliano, Kong Marino, Kong Cueva, Chair Cueva at kay Kong Gato. Maraming salamat.
Ayan. At maraming salamat po sa ating more than 200 na attendees ngayon sa Zoom at more than 100 sa Facebook live stream and more than 400 po na nag-register. Padayon po tayo puhon para sa pagpasa ng ating Dope for Bill. At muli ako po si Erin Flores in behalf of Attorney Mike Toledo. Maraming salamat at happy lunch po.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Miss
po.
Jessica. Thank you sa lahat ng mga kasama po natin.
Thank you po. Bye-bye po. Ingat po tayo
Thank you
lahat.
po. God bless po.
Thank you, Kong Salo. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Bye.
Sige.
Enjoy your lunch.
Si Mama Lu.
Gonzalo.
Ay, Kong Malu.